Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the City of Pembroke Finance and Administration Committee 2026 Budget Meeting Number 2. I'd like to start by reading the land acknowledgement. As we gather today, I would respectfully acknowledge, on behalf of Council and the community, that the City of Pembroke resides on the unceded traditional territory of the Algonquin people. We thank the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. It is with this statement that we honor and respect the Algonquins on whose land we reside. Is there any, I'd like to call the meeting to order. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof? Seeing none, we'll move on. I'd hand it over to our treasurer, Ms. Lochte, to introduce our first guest from the PBA.
So good morning, everybody, for day 2 of budget deliberations. Today, first off on the budget, we're going to be discussing the PBIA budget for 2026, and we have Bethia Summers joining us. If you want to come on up. So overall, the PBIA budget can be found on pages 112 to 14 of the council package. The 2026 levy requirement has increased by 4% to $221,609, with the rate increasing by 5.48% due to a decrease in the total assessment, for this levy. So based on a $200,000 assessed value, the increase to the annual charge would be $82.50. And we have, as I mentioned, Bethia Summers to discuss the budget in more detail. So welcome.
Hi, thanks for having me today. So I'll talk a little bit about the increase. Some of the things that primarily contributed to the increase in this year are just cost of living increases. So COLA for staff wages, as well as just our flowers, installation for banners, maintenance contracts, all of that go up, and they're fixed costs that we kind of don't have a lot of control over. So we've kept the budget as low as we could as far as an increase, but that's where we landed on, was with the 4%. I did prepare just a little report just to give you a quick year in review. I know it's a long day, so I'll go through it fairly quickly. We did have, just a little bit of what's happening downtown. So for the business report for 2025, we did have kind of a net neutral as far as businesses closing and businesses opening, which always happens, and it does keep things fresh, and businesses close for multiple of reasons, so it's not always because they weren't sustainable. A lot of these were retirement related, moving out of the area. So that's a big reason for the closures, but we did have a lot of great businesses open up as well, and has led to, excitement with the downtown, because some of them did do some great improvements as far as facade grants and that facade improvements. So initiatives and events that we did, they were all very successful. And they all have grown since year before. So our Soup Fest, we introduced Art in the Park. That was a new initiative. Our youth market, Busker Fest, pumpkin treats, those were all increased in attendance, and as well as some of them we were able to have a ticketed portion to it. So we were able to create generated some revenue from those events. And then initiatives that we tried to bring more people into the downtown core. So our Spend 50, Get 10 community art walk. We partnered with the city operation and farmers market and the Parks and Rec department to get new mulch in all of the planters that were downtown. So that should help a lot next year as well with the weed control on that. We did start a weekly business reel, which has had great success online. We're currently doing Thursday late night shopping, and we did the community Christmas ornament in conjunction with our tree lighting. So we had this great tree put in Shamrock Park, and what we did is we got 50 of these really large ornaments and we distributed them to the public. They decorated them, brought them back, put them on, and we had a tree lighting event, and it was a great community event and really well received. So we expect that to keep building. We also did hire a part-time staff this year. So Angie started in February, end of February, beginning of March, and she's been a great asset to the team, really helped with our social media presence and getting those business reels done in that. So our plans for 2026 are very similar. We're going to continue to grow the events that we already have and we've had success with as well as initiatives. And then we will be introducing newer initiatives as well. So 2026 marks the 50th anniversary of the PBIA. So we will be having some bigger celebrations in that, as well as just kind of working that into all of our events in that throughout the year. We've partnered with the Pembroke night markets. So we're going to hope to grow those to include more of the downtown and, look at expanding it to having businesses staying open on those nights as well. We have a new exciting social media campaign that's a business swap where we have business owners trade places and try running each other's business. So that's fun. So we'll be launching that. Well, we've already filmed one and we'll be releasing it in January. We will be updating our strategic plan and we'll be hosting more business workshops because we've heard from our members that there's a desire to have more with AI and social media, just to have a little bit more workshops available. So our marketing report. So we did a direct result of hiring Angie was our increase across all social media platforms as far as reach, views, likes, and then we did relaunch, I guess, our TikTok. We had started TikTok a few years ago and hadn't really done much with it, but that's helped us reach a new demographic as well to get people into the downtown core. So we had a great small business week campaign, and this is when we kicked off our business reels. So we were able to highlight some businesses that had been in the downtown core for a while, as well as some newer businesses that had just opened up. We were also able to feature the new law office that opened downtown that completely transformed the old TD Bank. So it's just nice to have these different business reels, and we have quite a few lined up for the new year, and we'll continue that until we, can do all of the downtown businesses. If they want the business reel, we'll be doing them for them. And so we still have 16 businesses participating that are interested for 2026. Oh, it's okay. And then that was the new project, our business swap, which I talked a little bit about. So that's kind of what we, did last year and what our plans are for next year. If anyone has any questions or concerns about the budgets, I'm happy to answer them.
Councillor Lafreniere.
Through the chair, I don't really have any questions. I think you're doing a great job. I just want to say it's alive, and I've spent a lot of time down there with my granddaughter, and the pumpkin painting and all that. And I really think it is bringing people down, and then they're spending some money down there, because I know while they had to dry, the pumpkins had to dry, so of course we went shopping.
Yeah.
But I have to commend you. Your spirit is alive, and you can see the transformation that's taken place over many years. So I just want to say great job.
Thank you.
Councillor Purcell.
I can't remain silent on this one. I think I need to echo Councillor Ferniere's comments because, going back about 2 years ago, there was a lot of concerns in terms of safety downtown and those types of things. And I think those things are dissipating, and we're seeing a vibrant downtown. We still got some opportunities in terms of areas that we need to work at, but I think you are doing a fantastic job, and really, we talk about our downtown businesses. I think we've got a really robust downtown, and I think it's due to your credit and the credit of your staff. So thank you very much.
Councillor Giacono.
Thank you. I echo those words. I had my cousin here last September from Prague in the Czech Republic, and she just loved the downtown. She spent many hours shopping from one shop to the other. They were here for 2 weeks, and at Christmas I sent her a clip of the tree lighting, and she responded with a comment that Pembroke truly is magical, especially at Christmas. So coming from a cosmopolitan city of that nature, if you ever look online at City of Prague, you'll see how how festive they are. But for her to say that in a comment, I think is a great reflection on what you folks do. So thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Keel.
I move that committee accepts the PBIA 2026 budget as presented.
Seconder, Councillor Frenier. Just before we, would you like to speak to the motion? Okay. I have the pleasure of staying on the PBA second term, and I'm affinity for downtown. My father and grandfather had a business there for 60 years. I want to publicly commend Bethia and Angie. Bethia, you work so hard and so creative, and you're an asset to the community, and you've made a difference downtown. And we want to thank all the retailers, all the businesses, and all the activities that are going on. So it's a great partnership with the city, and we really appreciate it. Any more discussion on the motion? Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. So I'll hand it back over to Madam Treasurer.
Okay, so next up on the agenda is the 2026 Pembroke Public Library budget. So we have joining us today Karthi Rajmani, the CEO of the library, as well as Justin Jeffrey. Okay.
Vice Chair.
Vice Chair, thank you. To discuss the activities of the Pembroke Public Library and their budget for 2026. I will note that the library budget can be found in council package on page 117 to 19. Overall, the library is requesting operating funds increasing by $20,000 with no increase in a rent contribution, which we still have to work the details out of, their capital contribution, and a contribution to the multicultural festival. I should note that in their budget, at least when it was presented to the city, it did require a transfer of reserves to balance the budget of $81,000. And I will pass it over to the Pembroke Public Library team. So thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Council, for the opportunity to present our budget for 2026 for your consideration. The library continues to be a cornerstone of our community and a continual source of good news and positive publicity for our community. The 10th Annual Multicultural Festival was held this past July, and it was our biggest and best yet. I know many of you were integral to the success of that event, so thank you. We estimate that more than 8,000 people attended over the course of the weekend. We had more performers and vendors than any other year, and would like to recognize the City of Pembroke staff for assisting us in making this flagship summer event a success. Planning is already underway for next summer's event, and we look forward to seeing everyone July 17th and 18th for the 11th Annual Festival. In 2025, Karthi was recognized as Librarian of the Year by the Ontario Public Library Board Association, and the library was awarded the Angus Mohawk Award by Ontario's Ministry of Tourism and Culture for the Around the World in 90 Days Reading Challenge program. This program encouraged patrons to read stories from cultures around the world in the lead up to the Multicultural Festival. We also partnered with several neighboring libraries throughout Eastern Ontario to enable those communities to deliver the same event. And I just want to highlight, we won those awards despite the relatively small budget when you consider we're competing with the Torontos and Ottawas with hundreds of millions of dollars budgets. In the past year, we also upgraded flooring in bathrooms and storage areas, continuing our efforts to maintain one of our community's heritage buildings. We also want to give Councillor Purcell a shout out for coordinating with the team at Algonquin College for the replacement of our storage shed. And we would like to make Council aware that next October 1st and 2nd, our library will be hosting the Little Rural Library Conference, where we expect 150 to 200 library employees across Ontario to attend. And we'll be working with Pembroke and Laurentian Valley to make sure we highlight our communities so that people maybe come back as tourists on their own time. To date this year, the library has distributed 64,000 items, had nearly 600 new library cards issued, answered over 30,000 questions, and added over 1,700 new materials to our collection. At this point, we estimate the value of that service to be about $3.5 million to the community. I'd like to thank Karthi and the entire team at the library. None of these awards or excellent programs or good work would happen without their hard work and dedication. In terms of the budget, you'll notice on the details there are increases on the salary lines. This is reflective of the cost of living increase that your staff here at the city would also receive. Other than that, the increases are to insurance premiums. We all know insurance is going up year over year. And we have modest increases to bank fees. I believe it's $50. And the programming and outreach budget, I believe, is $500, just reflective of inflationary pressures. Did you have anything, Carthy, you wanted to add, or we're open to questions?
And I'm open to questions. If you have any question, I'll be happy to answer it. And basically, we increased $550 from last year budget to this year. Apart from that is the cost of living increase for salaries and wages. That's all the increase we have.
Councillor Purcell?
Thank you very much for your presentation today, Justin and Carthy. Really appreciate it. I have one question and then a comment. I know that there were some discussions in regards to overdue fees. Was there any consideration by the board in regards to eliminating overdue fees? I know that that's something that a lot of the libraries have done.
I don't believe on this term of council, but last term I was also on the library. We did bring that forward. Ultimately, our current policy does allow the CEO discretion to waive fees in cases she feels there's undue hardship on a family.
Okay, perfect. And if the library board was to waive these fees, what would be the impact? I don't want to put you on the spot, or is that just some information you could probably give me back?
So it would be, you would eliminate
That one line.
the revenue lines in our budget of fees and fines. I believe there's maybe an adult line and a children's line.
Okay, I see it
Yes.
there. So the $2,000 fines and videos. Oh, yeah, because you had them all three.
Yeah.
Okay. My comment is that the library is really truly a center of excellence in the city of Pembroke. The numerous activities that occur out of that facility is just incredible. I don't know if council or their families have had the opportunities to visit on a regular basis, but it's a safe place. It's a place of learning. It's helping our youth develop with really good morals and principles. So I really think, moving forward, seeing that, that you're going to be hosting the librarian conference, and I don't know if anybody knows behind the scenes, but I can tell you one thing. The CAO, in terms of operating policies, has the most robust operating policies of any organization that I've seen. And that's to your credit. So, things aren't done by the fly, they're done through policy. And your staff are really cordial to individuals. The tracking of statistics is fantastic. I had the privilege to be part of the negotiation team with Wrench Valley to negotiate a new contract with the library. And I can say that the statistics that they keep are so accurate, and every transaction, even every internet transaction, is actually tracked, which is to our benefit because we end up using those statistics to get additional revenues from our partners. So I think the cost that I see in terms of the increased cost are just related to, you're right, COLA, the bank fees, and the insurance. So I move that we pass the library budget as it is. Thank you.
Do we have a second there, Councillor Frenier? Do we have a motion on the floor to accept the library budget as presented? Any discussion? Councillor Giacono and then Councillor Frenier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of council, and yes, libraries are not a current thing. They've lasted for thousands of years, going back to the ancient city of Alexandria, that had a library that was historic in nature, and they had the good wherewithal and foresight. When ships would land in Alexandria, there was a toll. They had to provide either a book or a manuscript to that library so that knowledge could continue to progress. And I guess you're coming here into this port asking for something, as a toll from us. So I believe that will be in the passing of this budget. I just want to congratulate you on continuing to provide our adults, our youth, with the ability for knowledge. Thank you.
Councillor Lafreniere?
Through the chair, what a great way to open up day 2 of budgets is get, to me, the cream of the crop. The BIA and the library, and there's so much, I don't know, over and above effort to make our community vibrant. And I'm not going to repeat everything they said, but coming from Councillor Purcell, the accolades he just served you about, the way you have policies in place, that's pretty high, because he doesn't praise too many like that. So I just want to say congratulations, keep up the great work. Thanks.
So I just want to speak for a second. It's my second term on the library board, and it's my 3rd year as chair. It's a real honor. I'm in the library all the time, signing invoices and talking to Carthy and the employees, and I just want to pay tribute to Carthy's leadership and heartwarming, compassionate effort, and everything you do, and the staff is wonderful. And it's a very historic building. We have to upkeep that building, and the board is very compassionate and dedicated. And it's really I'm not going to repeat what everything somebody said, but it's a cornerstone of the community. It really is. And the amount of programming you have is phenomenal, as mentioned before, but also the digital presence that you have online for people at home. And Laurentian Valley are a partner with us, and it serves their community also, and other residents outside of the Laurentian Valley Pembroke community. So thank you very much. So Councillor Keel?
With respect to the Multicultural Festival, I believe last year you came to us with an ask for a small increase, and we I don't think we did. Did we?
Yeah, you're proud.
How are things going with that? Because that is a massive event. It attracts thousands of people from all over. Are we still in a healthy situation with that one?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we are asking the same dollar value for this for 2026, and yeah,
Okay.
and we are pretty good.
Okay.
And a lot of sponsors came forward, and without sponsors and city support, we wouldn't be able to do this festival. And also city staff, we are very thankful, and to bring everybody together in the community. This is one of the biggest event of the Renfrew County.
Well, it is, and I mean, it speaks to an education component, it speaks to a cultural component, but at this point in time, for the city of Pembroke, it speaks to an economic component. That's how big you've grown that. So certainly, there's few events that we have that attract that many people to the city and to the downtown. So that wasn't, nobody picked up on that one. So I wanted to make sure that was recognized. Because I know the work involved, that's not planned in a couple weeks, that's planned over, well, you probably already started, you already started looking at this summer, so I just wanted to make sure that was highlighted, because that's an event that's important on so many different levels.
Councillor Purcell?
Just wanted to add on Councillor Keel's comments. Councillor Keel, you're correct. The concern that the library and the library board had was in the long-term offerings in terms of the multicultural festival. And if it's something that's important to the city, then we really need to recognize, and ingrain it in terms of our offerings on an annual basis. So, at what point, and due to Carthy's efforts, and Carthy will one time retire, I'm sure. Without her efforts, I don't know if there's capacity to continue. So we want to build that capacity, or we want to ensure that we have longevity for this festival, because it really is important to the city of Pembroke. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor President. This is kind of my baby I started, and I don't want to die with that. I want it to grow. Because Thank you very much for all the support all these years. I want this festival to grow after I retire, and I want to come back as a visitor and enjoy the festival. And without recreation department, I don't think that is possible. And thank you very much, Jordan and his team. And they do an amazing job for few weeks to bring everything together. Thank you very much. And Elijah, Tourism and Development and Economic, the new person who started, Kathleen, and she was also very supportive, and Heather, and they are all very supportive. And thank you very much for all the support for this festival. I really want this festival to be live forever. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor. Those in favor? Motion carried. Thank you very much, Karthi and Justin. Moving along, I'll hand it back over to Madam Treasurer for our next item on the agenda.
Okay, so I just wanted to circle back to the schedule. So currently, we're in day 2 of deliberations. We have a public feedback meeting scheduled for January 13th, and then we have final deliberations occurring on day 3, which is, I believe, a Thursday. Currently, it's scheduled during the day, but I understand there has been some discussion amongst a few members of council about changing the time, so I'm just going to pass it back to you for
The
that.
15th, is it?
Yeah.
Councillor Purcell?
I would move that we move the 15th meeting to 4 p.m.
So we have a motion to move the 15th to 4 p.m. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Lafreniere? Discussion? Councillor Keel?
So, if the mayor doesn't veto, is there a point to that meeting? Like,
So we still need direction to set the tax ratios. So we're still going to be talking about the tax ratios, the tax impact, and any vetoing. So there are still some items on the agenda. I don't see it as, like, unless there is a veto, I don't see it as being a very long meeting necessarily, but we still do have to talk about the tax policy at that meeting.
because that's usually, you tell us what the ratios need to be, and we say yes. Well, yeah, I was just thinking, is there any way to preemptively do that next week? And subject to a veto or a change, because if that's really the only thing, like, every year that I've been here, the treasurer just tells us what it is, and we say yes, so it could literally be like a 2-minute meeting is all I'm saying. So that's why the point where I was getting to was, is there any way to preemptively, I'm not going to speak for the mayor. He keeps saying that he's not planning to use his strong mayor's powers, so I'm just wondering if there is a way to preemptively do that next week, and then potentially this meeting date is not needed.
So I guess my only question back to council is that we also have it so that we can discuss any public feedback that comes out of it. I know when we were closing the pool, there was a lot of public feedback. We do have a survey that we're going to discuss a little bit at this meeting, so.
But we can't change the budget at that point, so what's the,
Yeah.
we'll have
So,
public feedback, but we can't do anything about it, so,
yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, Councillor Purcell?
Is because we'd still require 2/3 of council to make any changes, right?
Plus the mayor, I would think.
So, again, in terms of transparency for the public comments, that's one of my things that I think I'm probably the most vocal on in terms of transparency. It's just that now we get feedback from the public, and 2/3 of council has to vote on it.
Yeah.
No.
No?
The budget will be set on
Set.
January 2nd. The mayor can veto.
And then we have
We
15
can,
days.
we can override his veto, but we
That's right.
can't, we
But
can't make
so-
changes.
Oh, just override the veto.
Yeah.
So really, there's really no public comment section where you can actually change the budget.
Councillor Jagano?
Just have a concern with the dates that have already been established. The public is aware of that. Will that be an issue?
Well, I think for this budget, we're not anticipating having I guess, a huge outcry like we did several years ago. I think it's just as a way to kind of close the budget out in terms of, some takeaways, I guess, for the next election, for the next set of priorities and the next term of council. To me, it's kind of a wrap-up discussion. Agreed, unless there's a willingness to do a friendly amendment, which I think we would have to have the mayor have to vote yes and everybody be on board. It would be difficult, and I guess we can look at next year having the public meeting, maybe even before our deliberations next year, because this is an awkward year. It's our first year with the strong mayor. So we have kind of kept the flow, but it does make it more complicated with the vetoing and all the rules and everything now. So I guess if there isn't a veto, we can always cancel the meeting if that's the direction of council, but we still need to have it scheduled in case there is a veto, because we should, I think, as a council, discuss that.
Councillor Keel?
If we're already here for the public meeting, and I still want to have a public meeting because I think that's important, what if we did day 3 back to back to the public meeting while we're already here that night?
Okay.
Because we will then be here, and
At 4 o'clock, and then,
well, I don't know when the public meeting's at 6.
Yeah,
So we
so-
could do what we do like on a council night, have the public meeting, and then have close out the public meeting, and then start our meeting to discuss the ratios and stuff. Because at that point, that might be more fair to Madam Treasurer to give her time to figure things out. But that
Does that work?
that's just moving a day.
Does that work? So Councillor Purcell, do you want to change your motion to reflect what Councillor Keel said?
Certainly, I guess that'd be the 13th then, would that be? So what we'll do is we'll add that meeting to day 3 meeting after the January 13th meeting.
Okay, and Councillor Lefreniere, will you second that? Okay, any more discussion on that? Those in favor? Thank you for that conversation. Councillor Treasurer, Madam Treasurer, please.
Okay, so we didn't quite finish the operating budget. I will say that to keep on track, we need to have the operating budget wrapped up by lunchtime, so we have the afternoon to talk about capital. So I have talked to my team back there, so they're going to try to speed it along a little bit this time to try to make sure we can accomplish all of that this morning. So yesterday, I believe we left off at the pool. Is that correct? So I will pass it over to Marsha Hawthorne, our Deputy Treasurer, to take us through that budget. Thank you.
Page 68. Thank you. You're welcome. Okay, so we did leave off at the Kingsman Pool. Like Angela mentioned, we'll just kind of hit some bigger items just to speed this along. So what I'd like to do is just to kind of highlight on page 69, under the equipment, just to let you know that we'll be completing the facility audit in 2026. And then along as well, continue on, is the revenues. We're looking at an increase in revenues of 16,500, and those are just for all the various public swims that we offer at the Kingsman Pool. As well as the page 70, we are transferring 255,000 to the reserves for the aquatic center. So that wraps up then the recreation program section of the budget. I'll pass it through to the chair for any discussions.
Any questions on that? No? Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay, great. So the next one, according to the timeline, we are going to be discussing the roads. So again, I'm just going to focus on some high-level items. If there is anything throughout this budget that you'd like some more clarifications, please stop and ask. So this will be starting off on page 38. Okay, so the first couple ones are just the salaries for the staff on page 38. So if we jump over to page 39 under provisions of goods, we do have a legal fee line item increase of $7,500, and this will be for drainage, for easements, the TLV road and stormwater agreement. So we have a little increase there. The next highlighted item will be on page 41 under machinery, equipment, and maintenance. So we do have nothing budgeted in line 163, and the reason for that is we had put that in there last year for 2025 is because we were down a mechanic, but now we are fully staffed, so we will be doing all of our repairs in-house again. The next one to hit would be on page 42 under ditching. We do have a little bit of an increase in just the labor, and that just means that we're just going to be using our staffing to do a little bit more ditching in the areas. Page 43 on pavement preservation. On the contract line 236, we have an increase of $15,500, and that's just a combination of the crack sealing contract that we have. So we'll be focusing on pavement preservation in 2026. The next big one would be on page 44 under road resurfacing. So we do have a little bit of savings on line 272 under the materials. So this is just basically in the past, we have a supervisor in Capital Works now who will be going around to ensuring that some of our contractors are aware of the manhole covers. So we'll be having some savings there to ensure then that they fix them if they do break them. And it's not a cost on the city. The next line item, still on page 44, sidewalk maintenance. We do have line 347, the contract line. So we do have an additional $10,000 there, and that is just repairs there and part of the grinding contract. The next line item I would say would be on page 45 under shared services. So under the materials, which is 374, we are increasing that by $11,000, and that is to purchase more hard barricades, and this would be just to protect the users around the area and for downtown events. The Director of Public Works will be bringing forward a bylaw in 2026, which will include, I guess it's called the road use bylaw. Marielle, correct me if I'm wrong on that.
You are correct.
Okay, great, thank you. The next section would be on page 46 to highlight is under asset management. So under line 418 under contracts. So we do have an additional $79,800 on that line, and that is to do a street scan, which will be completed in 2026. And it gives a better pavement condition index for the operations department. We did one roughly in 2017, again in 2021, and we'll be doing one in 2026. And just touch on page 47 under traffic control. You'll see then that line 466 to 471, we have added some budget items there. And this is just to better reflect some of the salaries of our road supervisor as well as our roads patroller, just to have their salaries allocated to traffic control. And then the next section to focus on would be page 48 under regulatory signs, line item 495 under contracts. So we have an item there for $8,000, and that is for the minimum maintenance standard requirements for the reflectivity. We did complete one in 2023, fall of 2024, and then we'll be doing one again in spring of 2026. So I believe, so that just kind of wraps up some highlights. I'll pass it over to the chair if there's any discussions.
Any questions, discussion? Councillor Frenier?
Just a question. When we hired that, created that new position for I guess it's the inspector, the guy that drives around and marks things that need to be addressed, I believe it was requested that there be a report brought forward, I think a year after, to see what exactly his recommendations were and how it's affecting our budget. Like, I don't think we've ever seen a report. And I think it's just basically what's the position, what's the result of the position, and what's it avoiding, like when it comes to liability, and just some kind of to sort of justify the position. I hate to say that like that, but I think back then that's what we wanted. And I would not mind seeing that. So if we could just, thank you, direction's enough. I guess I don't need a motion or anything for that. But I think I'm not alone around the table that we were waiting for that. Thank you.
Purcell?
I just need a point of clarity in regards to, do we rent a vehicle for the roads patrol for the summer?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we do, because we have engineering students and summer students who can't drive a rental. So the patroller would get a rental vehicle for the 2 months, and then the students drive the city crews, the car.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Councillor Keel?
So when going through this budget, there seems to be a lot of things that seem to be over budgeted and never come close to being used. So page 38, line 28, it seems to have gone from horribly under budgeted to now way higher. The 3-year average seems to be 20,000. The last.
Sorry, what line are you on there, Councillor Gill?
28. So the budget seems to be going from 4,000 to 83,000 with a median of 20,000 over 3 years. The last actuals 47,000. But this isn't the only example. Like I have quite a few notes where the next page, line 77, we're adding a couple $1,000s, but like the 3-year average is 6,000. A couple years ago was 11,000. This year's current is 12, but we're budgeting for 34 now. Like there's quite a few of these, and I'm just like, I know we don't have this year's actuals, but I'm going back to 2024 and I'm looking at the 3-year average, and I'm just wondering, is there anything in here that we can try and save? Because I think so far this budget process, I think, has only added to where we started. I don't think we've cut anything really yet.
Okay, so through the chair. The first item that was mentioned is salaries. So salaries in total, we calculate how much the staff costs are, and then we estimate how to split them between all the activities. And this one might be the leftover amount, but what actually happens is the actual costs get allocated, based on where they actually are during the year. So there could always be a difference because we're using kind of historical data to project the future, but the future might require something different. So we might have really focused on ditching this year, but next year we're really focusing on something else. So overall, it works out, but definitely the different sections will be over and under because we're just estimating how to split it out between meetings and training and all of the other activities that the staff do. So always keep that in mind. And with the salaries as well, the old way, so we did change how we do our payroll starting last year. So historically, for labor, we didn't include benefits as part of the cost, and now we do. So now it's automatically going to be more for like this year in the budget. For next year's, it's going to be higher because it's not just the labor rate anymore, it's the labor rate plus the shared benefits that gets charged to all the categories. So for salary, looking at the 3-year average is difficult because it's old way, new way kind of joined together. So it doesn't necessarily kind of equate to how we allocate the cost to all the activities. I guess the other item that you mentioned was computer programming and software.
Yeah.
So for that, it's just like we've just renewed the Adobe and the AutoCAD this fall, and I don't think the fee has been charged there yet because that's a credit card. Credit cards usually take a little longer to process, and I don't believe Mesh has been processed yet either. in this year's budget. So it's coming, it's just that we're not quite, we don't have the full year cost in that account yet.
Is there a way for us maybe in the future, because like I see those on the side, like when things are not yet included in the actuals, like is there a way that we could asterisk that so that when we're looking, we can be like, oh, it's the actual, but it's plus 15 that's on the credit card, and just to give us a bit more information in the notes section?
Yep, that's not a problem.
I have a question. I've been asked by a couple of residents. The, Celeste Marielle, excuse me, the signs that are put up after shave and pave or different works around the city, the big signs, are those put up, first of all, do you know the estimated cost? Or you can get back to me on it. Are those put up because of the government grant portion? Is that the reason why?
So through you, Mr. Chair, whenever a project is funded through gas tax or OSIF, yes, one of the requirements of the funding is we must install signs for the project, take pictures, and it's part of the reporting requirements to show proof of the signage. The signs run around $300 to $500 for a sign.
Okay, thank you. That's what I told the resident, and I told him I would ask you. Thank you. Any more questions on that part of the budget? Please proceed.
We just finished with roads, so I have to keep going for a minute to get to the waste management. Okay. So I've been asked to do the waste management just because this year's a little more complicated. So we have fully transitioned to the new recycling where the producer pays for recycling. And so in 2026, we've been holding off looking at our rates for the past several years because we knew we were going to transition to the producer pay. And so, what if we were over or under, we were using the waste management reserve to kind of cover the difference and kind of holding off adjusting the rates until we were fully integrated into the new system. So for this year's budget, we have reorganized the accounts to sort of reflect kind of grouping them of like our general garbage collection rate is going to be related to this set of accounts. Our Ottawa Valley Waste Management Center recovery is going to be related to this set of accounts. And so we can kind of see how it all nets to zero in each section. And then we can calculate our rate easier because, we know exactly which accounts go with which rate. So we went through that exercise. This year, the accounts are, I'm going to say, we might have to go through a renumbering process because they're sort of out of order now. So if we go on page 49 of your package, and it's Department 40 and 41, Garbage and Recycling, we can kind of see that so our first section is the revenues that we're going to have for our garbage collection rate, and then the next two sections are the costs related to that. So we have updated the cost of our garbage collection in line with our Miller contract, as well as we allocate some staff time to manage the garbage contract and the complaints and whatnot. So I do have a few slides. Sorry. To go over, so I'm just going to pull that up here for a sec. So this was in your day one package. Yeah, no, oh, here we go. I'm sorry, it's just took a minute to start listening to me. Yeah, so as I've mentioned, we have kept our waste management rate static for a number of years because we knew the changes to the producer pay model for recycling was coming. So with this legislative change now in place, we are proposing to update our city fees to reflect the new reality. So we have reorganized all the expenses, but we still have some uncertainties related to commercial recycling because it is a non-eligible source according to the new producer pay model. So that means that the commercial customers need to, like the city will need to pay for recycling related to commercial clients. The difficulty is going to be like during pickup is how do we differentiate what's commercial recycling and what's residential recycling. So we're continuing to have meetings among several municipalities about how we're going to handle it. So there's still some uncertainty about how best to manage this. So we are proposing to not necessarily create a new commercial recycling rate this year until we figure it out. There has been some changes, I think, from the recycling collector in terms of how much they're going to actually charge us for commercial recycling. So we're proposing to use the waste management reserve just for that section until, we figure out the process a bit better. And then we can then kind of introduce a commercial recycling rate in 2027. I will say the costs aren't expected to be significant. So we're anticipating, so that's on page 50 at the end, non-eligible sources, commercial recycling. So we are thinking we might need to have a special colored bin to help identify what's commercial, what's non-residential. So we have put in a one-time purchase for non-eligible recycling bins. We are estimating pickup costs of about $19,800 and recycling processing fees from Entera at $18,800. So overall, we would sell the bins, so we would need about $38,600 from the waste management reserve to cover this for this year, and then we would have to figure out the best way to calculate a rate in 2027. So for that, we're not proposing a new rate at this time. I know we do have a meeting tomorrow again with Entera to discuss this a bit more. So, this situation continues to evolve in this area. We were hoping that the province would not have commercial as non-eligible because, in fact, the city is going to have to pay for its own recycling as well. But so far, we've been unsuccessful just because it makes it a lot more complicated. Because in a mixed-use building, how can you tell the difference? And we have a lot of mixed use in the downtown with commercial at the bottom and residential on top. So that being said, we have looked at the other fees. So the waste disposal fee is just the cost to collect and dispose, our curbside collection of garbage. Originally, we had a waste disposal fee for a number of years now at $158 a unit. We're now looking at a 2026 fee of $225.50 a unit to have full cost recovery. The Ottawa Waste Valley recovery fee is the opposite. So over the past several years, there was a debt that's been retired, so our fee was higher initially to help, pay for the debt that had to be incurred from the Waste Valley, of which the City of Pembroke had to pay a share. So we're only anticipating in the future to have to contribute to capital. We need some long-term planning information from the Ottawa Valley Waste Recovery Facility. We do know this facility is going to be end of life, and some significant investment is going to have to be made on whatever's going to come next once we reach end of life. So we have included a $250,000 consideration at this point, pending more information. So here we can see that the fees are the opposite. So a property assessed between 0 and less than $300,000, their fee would decrease from a fee of $65 to a fee of $51.15. from 300 to just under 600,000. It would decrease from $130 to $102.30, etc. So one's going up, one's going down. If there are concerns that this increase is too high for a single year, we can look at using our waste management reserve to kind of phase it in over a couple years if there's affordability concerns with this change. But we did want to at least show like this is what it should be right now, and then, have a discussion with council of like what kind of increase would be affordable. So if we wanted to say, we only want it to be a $25 net increase this year, then I can make some adjustments, for example, on that. So I will pass it back for questions.
So I'm Councillor Keel, and then Councillor Lafreniere, and then Councillor Purcell.
So $158 or $225 is huge. Like that's, because I can't remember, do we change these every year, or has it been steady for any period of time, or?
So through the chair, we have not changed these rates, at least since I started.
See, and this is the problem time and time again, is like people budget their year, everybody knows things increase, but I mean, that kind of increase is massive. And then on the Ottawa Valley Waste Recovery Center fee, do we know when end of life is expected? And then the corollary to that question is, should we be reducing fees, or should we just be maintaining those fees at current levels and putting money into a reserve for when we have to, I'm guessing, build a new dump is what we're talking about. So as much as I'm trying to save taxpayer money, I worry if we reduce fees this year that in 15 years we're going to be doing a massive increase because we have to buy a new dump. Whereas we could just be maintaining fees, putting money in a reserve, and that would help level things out over the years. But I mean, in terms of the waste disposal fee, I wish we would have been increasing it by a few dollars here and there, as opposed to, I'm not great at math, what is this, 70 some dollars, 60 some dollars in one shot? I mean, it's those kinds of jumps that make it hard for our residents to budget. And I mean, I think everybody expects that things are going to go up a little every year, but big jumps tend to hit the pocketbook and expectations a little harder.
So it's almost a 43% increase.
Yeah.
For the waste disposal fee. I guess the other point is, so my understanding is the Ottawa Valley Waste Recovery Center does have a reserve for closure costs, but not necessarily expansion costs.
Councillor Lafreniere.
Through the chair, I'm a bit confused. When this new legislation came out about commercial paying for their own garbage, we thought, oh, this is going to save us money now. But all it's doing is complicating our process. But how are we going to retrieve revenue from, and I'm not going to name all the businesses, but the ones that you see their cups on the side of the road, and when you clean out your car, it's all that trash. How do we recover it? Is there a revenue line here? Like, it looks like it's just going to cost us money because it's complicating. Now we need maybe an extra different bin. And so where's the revenue? Because I remember when we first found this out, it was great. It was like, good, now we don't have to worry about paying for their garbage. So can you enlighten me? I thought it was a good news story back when we heard it.
So I guess it's the recycling's costing us less, but curbside collection is costing us more, right? With the contracts that have been increasing over the years. So, yeah, like I said, I don't think, like my understanding is that they're just going to estimate a percentage of collection that's going to be related to commercial businesses. And I'm just looking over at Marielle because she might have a better grip on this one.
So there's no revenue line right now at all, but will there be?
Well, it doesn't appear to be, but I do know that starting in January, for the ICI businesses, so their recycling collection, let's say for the downtown core, would be on Friday versus the Wednesday it normally is. So on Wednesday, they put out their green bins and their garbage, and any of the apartments above would put out their recycling. And then on the Friday, the businesses would put out their recycling. So there may be an opportunity at that point to then be able to identify what their cost is. And we may be able to determine it that way, because the recycling is going to be picked up on a different day than the eligible sources.
Further to that, but nothing prevents them from sticking their trash in the other day in a bag. But anyway, it's very complicated. I love the way they just slap these new things on us and figure it out. Anyway, thank you.
Mr. Purcell?
Having had the pleasure to drive in a vehicle with a fellow councillor from a neighboring municipality for vacation purposes is one of the conversations that we actually had. There's a lot of issues with this program, and it's going to be effective January the 1st, right? And there seems like there's a lot of details that still remain. I even think in terms of some of the equipment, I know that some of the equipment that was purchased was single sourced, like not source, like a single entity in the truck, and now they have to go back to multiple entities within the truck. So even the equipment costs are going to go up in some cases. So, I mean, there's a couple things that we need to look at. That's really a big increase is one thing, and the other thing is eventually do we start looking at reducing the volumes of garbage that we take, similar to other municipalities purchasing bags, those kinds of things. But then that comes with issues as well. Then you see illegal dumping, you see all the kinds of issues, right? Or garbage ending up in municipal garbage cans, in community waste bins, and those kinds of things, right? Commercial waste bins. So really disappointed in really terms of the lack of, I don't know, it's just the whole lack of organization in terms of the implementation. And it's not for city staff, it's just the whole program itself. Seems that it wasn't well thought out. No different than our friends on Aleman Island, where they just got dumped with, I don't know, thousands of green bins or blue bins, right? And with no communication whatsoever. So I think we're going to have some discussion about this, but I really do think that we need to look at balancing that fee a little bit for the implementation phase, and then until we kind of get some accurate information, and then seeing how we can level the costing moving forward. So,
Councillor Keel?
So if we, because I don't quite have at my fingertips what's in the reserve or whatnot, but is your recommendation that if we wanted to spread this fee increase out, that 2 years would be, in your opinion, the best recommendation on the waste disposal fee one?
So through the chair, I would suggest like 2 or 3 years, like 2 or 3, maybe 3.
3, okay, so 3 sounds good. And then with respect to the commercial industrial, or the OVWRC fee, is that expected? I know you were saying sit and wait, and that's fine. Should we sit and wait at the current rate, or should we this year add a reasonable COLA increase so that we're not coming back next year and potentially with a larger jump? Like, I guess what I'm asking you is, are you expecting it to increase? Because if you are, then instead of leaving it the same this year, why not do a small, reasonable annual increase to it? And if there's extra money, put it into reserve. just so like my line of thinking is just to try and smooth things out year over year instead of, because we don't really get massive decreases ever. We just get big step up jumps. And so I'm wondering if you had a recommendation on whether we leave that one as is, or if it would be more reasonable to have just a reasonable increase this year, which would offset, you know, a potentially large increase in some future year.
So through the chair, this one is the Ottawa Valley Waste Recovery Center fee. It is a difficult one to really project right now because there's a lot of information we don't know. So I mean, I would certainly be comfortable with either leaving the fee alone or perhaps saying like a modest 3% or something on it, and kind of take 2026 to try to gather more information on where we're going long term with this one.
So I would rather the latter. I would rather a modest cost of living increase, so that we're buffering any potential future major increase. And then on the other one, so I mean, I could make a motion, or do you want to maybe come back after lunch with numbers for us so that we could motion something more specific?
Yeah, or I could, through the chair. So we're going to be breaking soon, so perhaps after the break, I could come up with a specific motion for that one.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next item.
Okay, so the next one, we'll start with the water. That's what we're at here. So we'll review the water and the sewer budgets now. So we'll start off on page 99. Okay, so we'll start on page 99, our water purification plant. Line number 11, the computer programming. So again, these are licensing fees for Microsoft, Adobe, as well as our SCADA. So we do have an increase there of about $2,100. The next section is the salaries. And then the next one that I would touch would be on page 100 under line 64, professional fees. So we do have a budget set there of $29,000, and that is a consultant to review the dose and the timing as well as a cybersecurity audit. The next item that I'd like to touch is on page 101 under the Bell Street tank, under contracts of line 148. We do have a budget there of $8,260, and that is to upgrade to 4G in that area. Next page is 102. Line 175, we'll be transferring $230 to the water plant reserve. Under the non-reoccurring, still again on page 102, line 217 is a transfer to reserve of $212,660, and that is for a fleet transfer of $12,660 plus a $200,000 transfer for the tower reserve there. And that's that completes the section for the water purification plant. I'll pass over to the chair if there's any questions.
Any questions? Councillor Giacono.
Do we have any idea when we're going to take a real hard look at the repair of the tower? When it'll be necessary?
I'll pass that through to Marielle.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the replacement of the tower is being part of the grant we have submitted under the water stream. So the first 3 years would be the construction of the trunk water main from the Quarry Reservoir and the expansion of the reservoir over to the Bell Street and through the Duville Drive. And as encompassed in that is also the design of the new water tank, with the construction of a new water tank scheduled currently for 2028. 2031.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next section we'll chat about is the page 103 under revenues. Just to follow off on Marielle's conversation on line 281, provincial grant. So we do have, it's an unconfirmed grant at the moment, but it's for the Health and the Safety Water Stream grant for the reservoir project. So this will only happen in the capital section, only if we do receive that grant. And this will be a 3-year funded program. So again, for the new water tower as well as the part for the Quarry Road expansion. Under the section goods and services, but under page 104, under legal fees, line 304, we do have a $75,000 budget there, and that is to get legal advice on the water easements at the McCool Industrial Park, as well as a few various items that we'll need legal advice on. The next highlighted section would be on page 106 under locates. So line 408. We are looking at a budget of $14,350, and we'll be doing a few different locates around the area, as well as a Quarry Road extension, estimated that one to be about $10,000. The next one is the water main repairs. We're looking on the contract line of $70,000, so an increase on that one by $10,000, and that's because the Ministry of Labor is enforcing the trench use box. So basically using like the excavator use, and those costs are increasing. Just to touch on page 109 for the non-reoccurring projects. So we are transferring on line 534. We are planning on transferring a little over $6 million to the capital. Again, that's based on that grant that we were talking about, if we get it, as well as the water rates. I didn't know if Marielle, you wanted to touch base a little bit more on that one.
I don't know what more there would be to say.
Okay. So that concludes then the total waterworks section of the budget. Just going to pass it over then to the chair if there's any other additional questions.
Any questions? Seeing none, please proceed.
Okay, so the next section presentation is going to be on page 81 with the pollution control plant. So some of the highlighted sections here is on page 81, line 52 under chemicals. So we do have a little bit of cost savings because we were able to secure better rates on our last tender process for the chemicals. We will be retendering this contract at the end of December. So we are hoping that there'll be some savings again, but we'll have to wait and see for that. Line 82 under line 60, sorry, page 82, line 67. We do have a cost savings of $17,000, and this was because we had done the LED conversion throughout the year, and that was all inside the building at the pollution control plant, so we are happy to see that there'll be some savings there. Page 83, line 99, boiler diesel maintenance. So we have some savings there. This is due because the digester project has been completed and we are back to normal operations there. Under the building section, line 121, parking lot maintenance, we do have an $8,000 budget there, and this is for pavement restoration due to the underground pipe investigation that we had to do during the year. Page 84, Line 160, this is transferred to reserve, so we are going to transfer 132,700. Part of that is going to be for fleet of 32,700 and $100,000 for the plant reserve. Under the non-reoccurring section, we have listed some items here that we will be working on during the 2026 budget year. So that's main blower rehab. We have on the building exterior doors and frames we'll be working on. We have MCC overloads replacements there, which is the sludge holding tank valves. We have the UV system maintenance, some seals, some sockets. It's an ongoing annual program, as well as a study for the UV replacement system of $20,000. As well as a biofilter sump pump. We have budget $50,000 there for the replacement of the wood chip media over the filter bed. And then we also have a dewatering polymer pumps of $20,000. And this is based on the TSSA audits. The next section would be on page 85. And this would be line 189, transfer to capital. We have a transfer to capital of $981,286, and this will be for the water main repairs, as well as an upgrade to the UV system, disinfectant system, which is already $3.6 million has already been pre-committed to this. So that completes that total pollution control plant section. So I'll turn over to the chair if there's any questions.
Any questions for that section? Councillor Jagano.
The recent water main break, is that the amount you're quoting at the 900,000?
I'll discuss that.
Through you, Mr. Chair. No, we're currently in the pollution control plant, so this is sanitary funds.
Sorry, okay. Wrong department, right question.
Okay, please proceed.
Okay, so the next section we'll be doing is the sanitation. So I just want to flip over to page 87 under general maintenance, line 306. Again, computer software. Again, the licensing, the mesh program. There's a few other AutoCAD costs that are in there. Page 88. The non-reoccurring, we do have a transfer to capital of $753,000, and that is for lining of sanitary system, and that's based on the inflow and infiltration reviews. Then the next one is the line 376, and we have budgeted $159,868. And so we will be performing CCTV manhole lines. So we'll be doing some kind of reviewing some large mains and in-house videos. So developing a realigning plan. These are some carry forward amounts from 2025, but we'll be doing this in 2026. And this concludes a total sanitary section. Pass it over to the chair if there's any questions.
Any questions for that section? Seeing none, please proceed.
Okay, so the next section is the pollution control. You'll see right off the bat, you'll see some revenues. We have an increase of revenues just a little over $588,000, and these are due to the rate increases for the various services that we offer for sewer. The next item is on page 90, under health and safety, under line 444 under contracts. So we do have a budget there of $8,100, and we will be looking at getting certification of hoist in the building, CO sensors certifications. Line item 459, and we have a budget there of a little over $11,000, and that's just basically for the generator maintenance and upgrade to the 4G communication system there. Under the McGee Street pump station, but page 91, line 477 under contracts. So we have a budget little over $18,000, and again, that for that one, as well as for the generator maintenance, as well as a communication to the 4G upgrade as well. Line 508 under the McKay Street Pump Station under contracts. So we do have a little additional budget in there, a little over $3,800 added. And that again is for general generator maintenance. Line item number 523 under repairs and maintenance under the town line pump station. We have a budget there of $15,000, and that is to refinish the main floor at the town line lift station. In page 92, we do have under line 551 under John Beavis Depot, we do have a revenue increase of $46,900. And that's what we've prorated based on the 2025 revenues to the end of July, plus a 5% increase. And the last page for this section is on 93, and the non-reoccurring projects on line 573, we are getting an FCM grant of $49,000, and that will be to do the Cockburn drainage climate adaptation study there, as well as on line 587 under studies of $70,000. So that will be the cost then to do that study there. So we'll be getting revenue, and then it'll be costing us that. And that is the end of that section for the total pollution control. Do you have any questions?
Any questions on that section? Seeing none, I'll hand it over, or please proceed.
Okay, so the last section is the sanitation storm sewer maintenance section. On line 622 under public relations, we are adding $10,000. We have some of it as a carry forward from the page 94. Line 622 public relations. So we are adding an additional $10,000 for public education sessions there. We do have a carry forward of $10,000 from the previous year. As well as under catch basin maintenance, line 651 under contracts. So we do have an additional funds of $5,000 set aside for that, and that is just due to the tender contract pricing, as there was a little bit of an increase there. And that highlights that section. Does anyone have, or pass it over to the chair for any questions?
Any questions on that section? Councillor Purcell.
Just in terms of maybe just a little bit more information on the public education sessions. Is that just more or less like, don't put your sump pump in the sewer, in the sanitary sewer?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, not to connect your roof leaders to your storm system, not to have your sump pumps connected, that they go into a ditch outlet, not your storm sewer, correct?
Can we not do that through, I'm just wondering if is there another means in terms of, that seems like a huge budget for just people that. Could we just include it in terms of their tax bill or a flyer? Well, I'm sure it'd be much cheaper.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe the intent is to a much broader, wide scale education initiative. I&I is a very large problem with the city of Pembroke.
Okay.
So I think the intention is to do a very large scale education session.
Thank you. I didn't know it was that large of a issue. Thank you.
Questions? Seeing none, please proceed.
Okay, I'll pass it through to the treasurer now. Thank you.
Okay, so in terms of the 2026 water and sewer rates, we're kind of at an awkward point because we haven't yet received the draft rate study that we have commissioned, but we had to prepare a budget and we had to come up with estimates. So the direction from the Director of Operations was to keep, so every year we've been increasing water and sewer rates. So the direction we received was to hold the line on the water rates and to increase sewer by 1% over the existing rate study. So that's the assumption we've used, and we'll have to try to integrate that into the study once we see the recommendations to, I think, make it work. So we do have some information on what the rates would be using these assumptions, And again, we'll have to talk to the consultant about how to integrate this into the study once we see some preliminary information. I know Laurentian Valley is quite anxious to receive the information, like receive the study, the final copy of the study. So we are following up right now to see where that's at. So for right now, we're looking at a flat rate water service increase of 5.7%, similar to previous years. The metered water at 9.8% increase, the flat sewer at 6.2%, and the metered sewer at 7.9% increase. So in the next few slides, we have what that rate would look like. So for example, a single unit for water would move from $608 a year to $643. For sewer, they would move from $964 a year to $1,024. And, combined, we see it here, a single unit would move from $1,573 a year to $1,667 a year, so a 6% increase overall, and that works out to be an increase of $7.87 more per month for water and sewer combined in 2026. On the flip side, for commercial who are billed meter or a multi-residential 8-unit, for example, they would see an increase of $39.90 a month. A commercial retail operation would expect to see about an increase of $13.45 per month, and a small industrial, the increase would be $16.49 per month. So are there any questions on that?
Any questions? Councillor Frenier?
Just a comment, nobody likes to see these kind of increases. But I mean, we turn our tap on and, I've heard this lecture many times, you flush your toilet how many times you plug in the kettle and make a coffee and we saw with this recent, event in the city that water is valuable and we really don't have much control over this budget because there's so many regulations that we have to follow. We just can't take shortcuts. So it's inevitable that this is going to take place, that these increases have to happen. Is that?
It's like Mr. Lewis always says, the pollution control plant and the water filtration are highly regulated facilities. Any other comments, or there's a proposed motion?
Sorry, that should say 2026.
Do you have one to bring it up? Would someone like to make a motion? Councillor Keel?
I move that council accepts the 2026 water and sewer budget as presented.
Seconder? Councillor Frenier? Any discussion? Those in favor? Carried. It's 10:31. We'll break for 15 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back to day 2 of the Finance Administration Committee meeting of City of Pembroke. I'd like to hand it over to our treasurer. Yes.
Angela, before we go into capital, would this be a good time to address that? Okay.
Oh,
So I would move that committee approve a 3% increase for the Ottawa Valley Waste Recovery Center rate, to approve a 2026 garbage collection rate of $180.50, and to transfer the balance of funding needed for the Waste Management Department in 2026 from the Waste Management Reserve.
do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Purcell, discussion?
So this goes back to our discussion a little while ago, maybe an hour or so, about the rates for those things and sort of smoothing them out so that there's not a single large increase.
Councillor Lafreniere?
I guess my only comment would be, Councillor Plummer, I think, is still our rep on that committee for waste management. He's not here today, but I think that they need to start to think about that. I know they do have the reserve, as Angela said, for the decommissioning of it, but I was sure that at the beginning of all of it, they had quite healthy contributions going into capital, but I thought it was for reconstruction. I can't believe there isn't a reserve for reconstruction or establishing. It's not like it's going to go away anywhere. We're going to need something. So I would definitely put it out to Councillor Plummer when he returns that maybe they should start that discussion at that level to make sure that all our partners are also ready when time for shovels to go back into the ground. So that's my only comment. Okay.
Giacono?
I was under the impression that there was a reserve for decommissioning of the landfill site. There is, but you were saying that they should be, not the building?
Sorry, not reconstructing.
Okay, okay. Very good.
So we have motion on the floor. Those in favor? Motion carried. Thank you. Next item.
Okay. So I did receive a bit of feedback from our Director of Operations who's watching. So he did make a few comments. So curbside collection is the reason for the increase in that rate. In terms of recycling, recycling was multiple stream and it's going to single stream for some collection. But this has some benefits because there are additional materials that are going to be accepted into recycling, which reduces the garbage that's going to the landfill. So they are accepting more materials overall than they did in the past. So I just wanted to pass that along. Okay. So the next topic is our capital budget. So I do myself and I have Jennifer Blair with me today to go over a bit of a presentation on the status of our capital budget overall before we go into the project by project discussion. So as we saw in the operating budget, we take a different approach to fleet and our public parking lot reserve in the sense that we contribute annually by looking at how much it's going to cost to replace these items and dividing it by its useful life and placing these funds in reserve so that when we need to replace equipment, the funding is there to be able to do so. But certainly what we've seen since COVID is a significant increase in vehicle costs across the whole sector. And as a result, there's a pretty significant gap in how much we should be contributing to these reserves versus how much we actually are. So we are going to need to see increases to these every year in addition to over and above inflation to make sure that the funding is going to be there when we need it. Because we need to have reliable equipment in order to operate the city. If we have a broken down plow truck, we're not meeting our minimum maintenance standards and we're exposing the city to liability, and we're also impacting the health and safety of our community. So it's important to have these reserves. But again, right now we're short, and our biggest areas of shortfall, the public parking lots is a fairly new one, but parking lots and sidewalks is where the city has the most insurance risk. So we do need to make sure that we're maintaining them well. But the biggest gaps in terms of fleet is the fire department. So in this year's budget, we're only contributing $283,000, but we should be contributing almost $500,000 a year to ensure that the funding is there when their equipment gets replaced. And they don't have a lot of equipment, but the equipment they have is very expensive to replace. For roads, it's the same thing. Our data is getting better. We're putting a lot of equipment, a lot of attachments that are onto the different vehicles into our inventory as we're getting better at our asset management. So it's the differential between how much we're contributing, which is $330,000 this year, versus how much we should be contributing, which is $490,000, is in part because we're fine-tuning our inventory and just because of there has been a big price increase in a lot of the vehicles in that section as well. So this is something to keep in mind. Originally, we were at a much, originally the staff budget included the full amount. And again, it wasn't like we were over 10%. We were in the double digits of a tax increase, and that's not affordable to the community. So we do recognize, we need to slowly build funding in, but this still is a concern for us at the staff level. When we look at how much we've put in the budget this year, a lot of communities, a lot of our neighbors have a set levy increase per year as part of their asset management plan. So for this year, we proposed an exact 2% levy increase to be contributed towards capital projects and towards capital reserve funding. So overall, between the capital fund and the operating fund, we're looking at spending $3.8 million in this area in 2026. And the staff feels very strongly that we need to have this minimum 2% annual levy increase into our budget every year moving forward. And we do plan on revising our asset management plan based on this assumption to evaluate how this will impact our levels of service and if this 2% is enough or if it has to be increased even more. But we figured 2% is the minimum, and most of our neighbors are doing anything from 2 to 5% depending on the year. But typically it's in the 2 to 3% range in terms of if you look at municipalities like Whitewater, Petawawa, Laurentian Valley. If you look at how we've been doing over the past several years against inflation, we are behind. So even with this 2% levy increase in this year's budget, we're still lagging behind the inflation that we've been experiencing since COVID. And so overall, our funding is still about $500,000 short when you compare how much we're contributing to capital versus how much inflation we've been experiencing in the sector. So the Stats Canada Building Construction Index for non-residential properties has increased by 47%. In the meantime, our funding has only increased by 22.2%. So as we've seen in our non-core asset management plan and as we plan to present with our asset management plan update, there is a significant funding gap that exists to fund city assets over and above inflationary pressures. So we have this inflationary pressure, plus we have a significant amount of backlog projects that we need to get through. So if you look at, if we had kept pace with inflation, we would have accumulated over $2 million, which could go towards another project at this point in time. But the first couple of years post-COVID, we were very sensitive. It was a very difficult time. Affordability was an issue, and we didn't really increase very much with that affordability in mind, but we're certainly paying the price for that because at this point we could have funded another infrastructure project. When we look at the backlog of infrastructure projects, there are way more projects that are considered high priority by the operations department than we have funding for. So if we look at it as an annual gap, it's about $2 million gap. And for example, we have pipes in the ground we're not using for Nelson Street because we need to do the next several phases and we don't have the funding to do so. So again, this backlog keeps adding pressure into a situation where, we already don't have the best conditions and we already have really old infrastructure in the ground that needs to be replaced. So this fall, my financial planner and myself took an updated asset management training through NAMS Canada, and one of their suggestions in terms of trying to explain the capital gap is to look at the replacement cost over its useful life and to compare like how much we're actually spending on capital, how much we're spending on capital to how much we use of our capital every year. So if we take this approach, we have over $412 million of assets. This excludes water and sewer. If we look at how long these assets last, we're consuming $11 million worth of assets a year. If we look at how much we're spending on assets every year, we're contributing $3.9 million. We do receive funding from the federal government and the province of about $3.1 million a year that we can count on. So overall, we're spending about $7 million on these assets. And so we have a gap right now of $4 million that we're underspending every year to replace the assets that we own right now. So if we compare this over time, and if we consider that we're prepared to start increasing how much money we put to capital by a 2% levy increase every year over the next 8 years, we will close this gap, but we'll also be contributing. But we'll also still have, so we'll be closing the annual gap, but we're still creating an additional backlog of projects. So over this 8-year period, we'll have another $17.1 million backlog in addition to the backlog we already have. So again, it's really important that we commit to increasing capital by a set percentage every year to close the gap we have and to better reflect how much assets we're consuming every year to try to stay on top of it. Because certainly, as we've seen with the pool, we used the pool, we didn't put any money aside to replace it, and then we had issues. So we really need to take a more proactive approach with our asset management. And this is the reason behind why the provincial government has asset management regulations in place now. All municipalities are facing this. We're not the only ones, but it is very important that we start to pay attention to this and that we commit, as difficult as it is to increase taxes, we commit to a 2% levy increase every year to attempt to do what we can, appreciating we can't do it all in a single year. It's going to take a number of years to tackle this problem, but we need to start tackling it. So that being said, I'll pass it over to Jennifer Belair, who will go over what our road and sidewalk conditions are and look at our capital plan for this year.
Hi. So the city owns and maintains 100 kilometers of roads. So at the end of 2025, the estimated pavement condition index of the network is 59, which is also in fair condition. So that's taking into consideration any projects that were completed in 25, and it also applies a deterioration curve in between the scans that we get done. So the road and sidewalk conditions will be reevaluated in spring of 2026 with a new scan. And the sidewalks are currently at 79 or in good condition. So we're seeing this one slightly going up as the operations department removed certain sidewalks on one side of the street. Next one. So budget estimates versus tender results. Based on 44 closed requests for proposals, requests for tenders, and requests for quotations overseen by city procurement in 2025, of those 80% were under budget and 20% were over budget. So the 2026 draft capital budget, we're looking at 2.3 million of project funding carrying forward to 2026, and with a proposed budget of 28.4 million of new funding. And that's just broken down by type. And here's that same 28 million in projects, just broken down by the funding type for each project type. So that's a list of grant funding. So the CCBF, OSIF, and Connecting Links are confirmed. while the fire protection grant, safe schools, and municipal housing infrastructure are currently unconfirmed. And that's a list of the reserve funding, so 2.4 million in reserve funding that'll contribute to those capital projects. And this is some cost sharing and other revenue potential amounts of 1.3 million, which will be discussed shortly. And other funding, so from the water fund and sewer fund, as well as some potential debt for large projects.
So the one project we want to highlight at this stage is work that's required at the PACC. So there's been a lot of discussion this term about the pool, about a potential P3, but certainly at this kind of stage of the council term, with this being an election year, really future investment decisions on recreation are not likely to be decided until 27 at the earliest, but more likely 2028, which is year 2 of the next council term. In the meantime, the ice pad surface at the PACC, the heating and cooling system, the boards, and the siding require replacement due to their age and condition. And we've seen certainly some letters of support coming in from both the Silver Stick and minor hockey in support of this investment. So in terms of the interior and exterior, the goal here is to try to bundle some big projects together and use debt. And this will free up some of our taxation money to fund smaller dollar value capital projects in our facilities. But certainly bundling larger items together and using debt is going to be a method that we're going to use for both this arena and potentially the PMC arena, which requires similar type work a few years from now. And hopefully by then we'll know better what direction we're taking with our recreation facilities, multiplex, P3 approach. So this investment is required because we want to be able to maintain our services to residents safely and without interruption. And certainly we've seen, we had a lot of negative press with the pool closing, and we're trying to avoid that this time around by being proactive and replacing the pad and the elements that provide the ice, before we have a major breakdown. So because we don't have significant reserve funding for recreation, and certainly this council has started a recreation reserve and we're contributing to it, which is wonderful. At this time, we haven't accumulated a large amount of funding, so we are going to require debt financing if we want to undertake this work. So if this work is completed in 2026, the annual repayment of the loan in 2027 is about $144,000. This will be fairly revenue neutral because I understand the Miramichi Lodge debt is going to retire shortly. So we'll kind of replacing one debt with another. So financially, this should be a net neutral decision. But I will pass it over to our recreation director for further comment on this particular project.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess I just want to start with, saying that, given the city of Pembroke within the county, we are a smaller community when you take a look at us across the province. And, this kind of investment I don't think is essential. I really think it's vital. And, we are Hockey Town, Canada. So I just wanted to point that out. There's a lot of economic benefits. I know we talked about it yesterday with Silver Stick and minor hockey. We have upwards to 9 tournaments a year. Silver Stick alone, just on a quick calculation, they're dumping $1 million into our community per year with the amount of bums in hotels and whatnot. Minor hockey has recently gone to a 3-day tournament, so same type of thing. They're allowing more teams to come into their tournaments. They're looking at expanding in the future from a 12-team tournament to 16-team tournament. So that's very valuable for us in terms of the economic spin-off. And I know that we don't necessarily see the money on the bottom line, but I think of our investment team looking for businesses to come into the city. It'd be no different, right? We're not necessarily seeing the bottom line, but there's still costs associated with getting it there. So the question being is that if we had lost our floor completely, how do we run these tournaments? How do we support minor hockey, minor sports, silver stick? How do we have a junior A team? So there's a lot of things that go with this. Something I did want to point out too, though, was very interesting. So at our most recent Sportsplex committee meeting, and 2 of the 3 councillors here are sitting around the table today, we took a deep dive and we looked at some similar projects that had happened across the province. So 3 of the 4 projects that we looked at were new builds. And the timelines on all those were very similar. It was 10 to 12 years. And what's very interesting about that is from the time that they started, I would say that 2025 has been a success, that we're kind of getting somewhere, but we've just started. So, I mean, we're 10 to 12 years out. So that's pretty critical when you think of if we lose an ice pad, what do we do, right? So it's trying to be proactive and get ahead of that kind of stuff. I mean, other than that, I think that by getting ahead of this project and getting it completed is something that is in line with our Parks and Recreation Master Plan. And finally, I just wanted to note something too. For the past 6 or 7 years, so there's been 5 pads that have been replaced throughout the county of Renfrew. We're no different, right? We're just at the end of life. We're in that era of when all these facilities were being built. Other communities are facing the same situations as what we are. So there's been 5 different pads that have been replaced in that time. So thank you.
Councillor Frenier?
So I was making notes when you were speaking, Angela, and I think you guys looked at my notes when you commented here. So my comments were going to be, there has to be some debentures maturing in the near future, and why don't we take some of these projects and debenture them? Because you see that list, and I fully support what's being presented here. But I think we should even look at what others are maturing that we can take off that projection, that asset management of projects that have been stalled. Because we've done this in the past. If you look at our debentures, there's some that were for multiple projects because we just can't let it build up. It's like your own home. If you need a new car and you don't have 60 grand to go out and spend, you take a loan. So I believe we are in good, when they rate us, when the province puts a rating on us, we are in a very good position financially. It doesn't look like it when you're sitting in budgets and you're talking about all these scary numbers. But financially, we are in a good spot. Our audits tell us that every year. I think in order to avoid this crisis that we're going towards, we need to debenture more than what we're talking about here. We need to look at other projects. And another, so that's the one that you stole from me because I was writing it. I'm just kidding. The other thing is the replacement schedule for some of our assets. I've always questioned, and not that I'm questioning staff's recommendations, how do we come up with this replacement schedule? Because I know that some things have a very restricted lifespan, depending on what it's used for, if it's safety or things of that nature. But is there a way of looking at the lifespan on our replacement schedule of some items so that you're spreading out those expenses? Example, a truck that's lightly used. Maybe we can extend it by a year or so, because I know we do that at my house. If I can't afford to buy something some year, I'll say, well, you know what, we'll put up with it for a year or two. I think maybe we need to look at that as well. I don't know if that's going to help at all, but it certainly would spread out, the funding that we need to bring forth. Anyway, those are my 2 things. I fully support what's being said, and I think we should look even further, because I don't know about this Recplex. I don't sit on the committee, but I don't see that we're going to be able to come up with that kind of money. And I don't even see it in 10 years. I'll be quite honest with you, because the economy is not getting any better. There's no light at the end of this tunnel. So I think that we need to think about doing things like debenturing to fix our facilities, because nobody is saying right out front, we're in. And that's going to be stalling us. So we need to, I hate to say it, S-H-I-T off the shit or get off the pot. We need to do something and just say, okay, well, you know what? We're the city of Pembroke. If you don't think you need this facility, that's fine. But we're going to go ahead and fix it, and maybe, as we discussed yesterday, open up agreements, because we can't keep putting it off. And anyway, I'm not going to go on any further, but thank you. I like the way you guys are thinking.
Councillor Purcell.
Yeah, it's well, it's quite. Picking up words right now, and the reason is because it is challenging in terms of meeting the needs today and looking for the in the future. But I'll go back in terms of Sportsplex. Councillor Jackno yesterday mentioned he bought his house at $18,000, probably 50 years ago, right, if not longer. Well, that $100 million or the $80 to $100 million in the future would be somewhere. What's a house worth? What's your home worth now? And not that I know, but $300,000, $400,000. Yeah, yeah. But you took it over that period of time, right? So it's no different. So I mean, we got to look for the future. I mean, our facilities aren't going to last forever, even if we continue to put dollars into them. There's significant dollars that we're putting into those. If you go back to the asset management plan, it's like $12 million over the next little while. It's hard to do them in parallel. I understand that, but I think it's a need, it's a necessity, it's what people want, right? We can go back to the recreation master plan. That's some of the feedback that we want. Do we have some tough decisions to make? Most definitely. Right? And if capital is one of those things that we need to continue to put dollars in, it really should be at the start of the budget, not at the end of the budget process. Right? Maybe some thought next year. Because eventually, we're going to have some tough decisions to make. And I think they're coming. So, meaning we can't be everything to everybody. Councillor Keel has been, discussing this last term in regards to, how we're going to keep our revenues up so that we can continue to support, some of these facilities, initiatives, operation initiatives as well. And I think it's time that we go back to the public again, because I know that we just did that. And what did they say? They stated that they wanted more services. Well, more services come with a cost, and we're seeing those costs, and you have to maintain the equipment costs that you talked about. Phenomenal. Tariffs have impacted heavy equipment. Unfortunately, we have to absorb that as a city. So when I hear people or residents saying, hey, it seems like it's a big cash cow at City Hall, it's not. We're providing essential services that are requested by the residents, the taxpayer. So I think we need to go back. I really think that we need to go back through the operations budget or bring it back to the directors and say, we have to remove some operation dollars. And the reason for that, if we're going to enhance the capital, then we have to go back and take a second look at our operation dollars, because our taxpayer can't afford it. They're maxed out. Garbage is up, water is up, food is up, rent is phenomenal, $2,200 for an apartment in the city of Pembroke. I don't have the answers, but I think we need to start looking at and getting back down to reality. And it means cutting services. I think we're there. We can't be everything to everybody. I don't have the solutions. I'm looking deeply, but I think we have to have a little bit heavier hand in terms of going through the operational budget if we want to maintain the capital in good standing. And you're right, Councillor, in terms of making sure that if we're eliminating debt, we have to acquire some debt, but we also have to have a long-term vision and how it's going to impact some of the long-term results, because I think that's what happened in the past. 2% and 3% increases didn't really do anybody a favor, right? Didn't do our municipality a favor. And I understand that was the conditions at that time. Everybody wanted low taxes, but there was no long-term forecast. get back to the Ontario where they actually provided dollars for, recreation facilities. Those days are gone, right? So now we have to replace those facilities and maintain what we already have in place. And that's the challenge. And I think people don't see that challenge. So I think, we got to start really looking at each department with a closer lens and saying, how do we pare it down more? Or this council needs to look at what services are we going to get rid of? It's no longer sustainable. Thank you.
So we're speaking on the capital budget. We're focusing on the request for debenture. Do you want to speak to that? And I see you're looking for a motion. Do you want to speak to that, Councillor Jackman?
I'd like to speak, just make comment. In regards to what Councillor Purcell said, I agree with him totally. I was at a recent event where there was a father and a mother with 3 little boys. They all needed snowsuits, they all needed snowsuits. The mom is there, there's a 4th child on the way. It's a 1-income family, they're struggling. And, what we need to do, we have to look at the future. I think we're doing that with the, the reserve funds for the multi-complex or whatever it's going to be called. But at present, we have to fix and maintain what we have so that we don't lose the Silver Stick people, so we don't lose the minor hockey people. We have to repair those things and keep them in working order until the time comes with the money, and then make a grant application. But until then, we have no choice. People are, there's a straw that'll break the camel's back, and we are responsible. And to say that, we have to make cuts, but I believe we're working on a skeleton crew right now. We're not having enormous hires of people in operations or fire department. It's been status quo for, Chief, 25 years, 20 years. I'm looking back in 1958, you had the same number of people on the fire department that you do now. Would I be correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So for the last, I would say, 20 years, yes, it's been status quo. There was staffing issues in the 90s, and then in the 80s, staff was reduced. In the 80s, there was, I think, 5 to 6 firefighters per shift, and now we're at 4.
So, Mr. Chair, we have to use the resources at hand. We can't continue to borrow money. Borrowing money is like using a credit card. You still have to pay it off, and you have to maintain what you have. Like Councillor Fernier said, if you got an old truck and you can't afford a new one, you fix the old one up till you have more equity. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Keel, then I'll speak about this ice pad.
So this one's tough. The whole point of me supporting looking at a sportsplex was to hopefully get that in before we had to spend a couple $1 million on it. The hope was to avoid the Kinsman Pool situation, where council did nothing for decades, and then all of a sudden the roof is caving in, and it had to be literally shut down. That was the engineer's directive. So my hope was, that if we started looking at the sportsplex, maybe we could get in before the PACC and the PMC get to a point where we're at now. Because basically right now what we're talking about, as Jordan said, current timelines of things we looked at, including one, the current example in Russell, $104 million sportsplex. It took about 10 years from start to its near finish. 3 ice pads, a pool, a community center. So perhaps a little bigger than I think what any of us was having in our mind with a 3rd ice pad, but that's $104 million. And if Jordan's, if he ultimately ends up being correct on the timeline of a decade, that means we're possibly looking at building a new sportsplex and still spending 10 years paying for a rink that we don't necessarily need at that point. Maybe it would have, maybe it would have some use. Maybe, maybe we operate with 3 ice pads. I don't know. There's certainly built-in inefficiencies to having, and again, I think Troy spoke to this, you know, the Wintario money literally falling from the provincial sky. Somebody was like, well, let's build a second ice pad far from our current ice pad. So right now we have to have both buildings staffed with separate crews, 2 Zambonis going, like there's a lot of efficiencies to building a sportsplex. But I mean, you know, here we are with, you know, I can't remember if anybody said it yet, but there are current failures at the PACC. And there's significant concern from our staff that is a warning sign of I guess a critical failure, I think is what we discussed at the Sportsplex meeting. Again, it almost just feels like we're in an unfair position to say, well, we have to fix this, even though we're hoping for something better. Certainly with the recreation master plan, huge buy-in for a new facility. You know, even I know from speaking with, you know, our current Lumber King staff, they would like a new facility. Okay, so the one thing we also haven't talked about is in terms of what this is going to cost us. Has Laurentian Valley chimed in? We haven't even mentioned that yet. We have to make a motion first for what?
To give the treasurer direction to speak to them.
So we're going to budget it.
Can you clarify that?
That's actually my next slide, so thank you for that. So I know we have, and yesterday as well, we talked about how much Laurentian Valley contributes. So right now they pay 30% of operating costs for the Kinsman Pool, the PMC, and PEMICE 2. But it is subject to a cap. So, and the cap is, you know, they pay 30% up to $59,100. And we do certainly get caught in this cap sometimes because some years, you know, we plan to do certain things, you know, other things happen, you know, gets the priorities shift. We don't necessarily spend enough to receive the full amount. In other years, we'll spend way more than that amount, but we still only get the $59,100. So certainly the formula right now is a bit challenging because we never get that money back. So in this schedule here, I kind of show that like since 2021, how that's worked out. And for example, in 2022, we didn't spend enough capital to get the full amount of the cap, and we split it evenly 70-30 between the two of us for the capital improvements that were done on the 3 properties. But the next year, the project that was supposed to get done in 2022 got done in 2023. They were capped out at $59,100, but we paid a lot more. So in that year, we ended up paying 88% of the renewal projects, and TLV only paid 12%. So we certainly battle against that cap a little bit. And as Jennifer mentioned, what we have budgeted this year is, you know, we'd like to approach them to ask for more than the cap because we have, as we'll see as we go through the detail projects that are in our capital budget for this year, we have 3 major projects. We've got the dehumidifier at Kinsman Pool, we've got this PACC reno, and then separately under the water section, you know, we're looking at the reservoir and have talked to them separately about that. So in this case, you know, we would like some confirmation from committee and council to approach Laurentian Valley about paying 30% of these 2 large projects that are in our capital budget this year. Laurentian Valley always pays a year behind. So whatever, like how it works right now is whatever we spend in 25, they pay 30% in 26. So certainly if we undertake these projects this year and 26, the expectation would be they would pay us in 27. So that would impact their 27 budget, but we would need commitment from them now and pre-approval that they're willing to pay more than the $59,100 as we look to undertake these 2 big projects this year.
Okay, Councillor Frenier, I have a question.
So, again, I didn't see that on the slide, but that's exactly the angle I was looking at, that we should approach LV. I think, and I know there's a cap on capital too. What is the cap on capital? And then I'll finish what I want to ask. There's a cap.
So the cap on capital is 59,100, and there's no cap
Okay.
on operating.
Okay, it's 30%. Okay, got it. I guess my thing was maybe they would share the debenture. And if they shared the debenture at a rate of 30%, they would be paying 43,000 every year, and we would be paying 100. So that would even help if they could start to share debentures on these projects. Because let's face it, they don't have the money today either in a reserve for these projects. But if they could at least commit to sharing debentures, and we could discuss each one, the merits, I think they're very open. I mean, they proved it to the pool, to the fact of the pool last year, and they don't want these facilities to close either because Silver Stick affects them in a positive manner as well. So I think we do need to have those discussions sooner rather than later. And how we, the logistics of the new, agreement could include things like this, that we partner on debentures, that we maybe increase the capital. I don't know, but I think we have to start right now. We discussed it yesterday, but I don't think we can wait till June or July. I think it has to happen, and I think that they know too. They sit on these discussions for the Sportsplex. And I mean, let's be realistic. I'm sure that they're very apprehensive too about spending. What was Renfrew's bill on that new Macwa Center, or is that what it was called? No.
40 million?
Yeah,
38.
38 million. And that's today. That's not in 8 or 9 years when this finally comes together. So anyway, I won't belabor this, but definitely direction to set up. I don't know if it's going to be the liaison, recreation liaison meeting, but sooner rather than later. Thank you.
So, the ice pad, I've spoken with the President of Minor Hockey, Silver Stick, and the senior staff, ice technician, certified ice technician. So we have to maintain what we have and plan for the future down the road, because no building's going to last forever. Figure skating, minor hockey, other groups rely on that ice pad, and it's at a critical stage. So we need to get that, address that, and work it out. So, Madam Treasurer, you're looking for a motion. Can you clarify what type of motion you're looking for so we can help you out here?
So I think just staff direction to convene a rec liaison committee with the city and Laurentian Valley to discuss capital funding for these two projects.
Okay,
Yeah.
Yeah, so moved.
and seconder? So you're not putting any figures in the motion or anything at this time? Okay. So motion on the floor, discussion. Councillor Purcell and then Keel.
I'm just seconding the motion, sorry.
Okay. Councillor Keel?
So then if LV doesn't agree to the increase, so as far as I can tell, 59,100 basically caps out at a project of 197,000. So I appreciate that in some years the cap wasn't even met. But with any level of foresight, there were going to be years where there, I mean, when was the last time a new ice pad cost $197,000? So I appreciate, and Councillor Purcell knows the mayor brought this up at the Sportsplex meeting where he says, well, some years it's not even used. But again, with foresight, there are going to be years where it is going to be bypassed or surpassed by an extraordinary number, and they're sitting there at only 59,100. That's ridiculous. It's absurd. It's leeching off Pembroke taxpayers. The 30%, we keep saying 30%. Laurentian Valley's been growing faster than Pembroke. Where'd the 30% come from? I mean, with all due respect, at the rate that our subdivisions are currently being built, which is not at all, I think there's a couple houses going in the West End. Gulfview hasn't moved for over a decade. I mean, we're quickly looking at a situation where Laurentian Valley likely surpasses Pembroke's population. Was it still going to be a 70-30 split at that point? I mean, who's standing up for the residents of the city of Pembroke where, I mean, we just passed a library budget again. LV has full use of the library. They're paying a fraction of what Pembroke residents are paying. So I guess my question is if LV doesn't jump on board, who's financing this? I'm guessing the answer is us. But LV will still come in and use like, what is the incentive for LV to contribute more? Why would they? If I was on an LV council, I would say, forget you. But we can't under the current rec agreement. The current rec agreement specifically states that we can't add an out-of-town user fee to LV. So at this point in time, I mean, we can sit here all we want and you know, say, well, sometimes it's not met, but there are going to be many, many years where our project is way more than $197,000, and they know that, we know that. So am I right? If LV doesn't jump in, this is all on the backs of the city of Pembroke. So, I mean, how do we, I mean, I guess you're asking us to approve a project. I guess I'm looking at the treasurer and the director of rec, basically saying we have to do it and we have to eat the cost either way, but take a jump and do it. Like, that's why, I mean, the fact that we haven't, and I am going to say it, the fact that past councils has left us in such a deficit, an asset deficit. Well, Councillor Giacono, you were on most of those councils and you were mayor for 3 terms.
You were on none of them.
Let's go through the chair.
You're correct.
Can-
But we are in an asset deficit position, and it's because no money has been set aside. We all knew at some point in time the PMC was going to need replacing, the PACC was going to need replacing, Kinsman Pool was going to need replacing. None of this should shock anybody. Right now, I can tell you right now, City Hall at some point is going to need replacing. Every building we have at some point in time is going to need massive work and or replacing. So the problem is that we now sit here with, you know, large, like that, the increase that we had to do for the Kinsman Pool, was that not the year we were at a 9% or 8.9% tax increase? And it was largely the pool that put us in that year's tax position. So I mean, I am so thankful now that we are doing asset management planning and that we are looking into the future. Unfortunately, in between those future councils and years, when the asset management has finally sort of balanced itself out, we find ourselves in these particular years where the transition period, I think, would be the best way to describe it. But I mean, we can't operate with only one rink. I don't disagree with the director. You know, we are Hockey Town, and I don't know how we could operate with one rink, but I mean, we are kind of swallowing a pill today that hopefully will get figured out, I guess, over the next decade.
Okay, so we'll have Councillor Giacono, then if any speak, then then I'll speak, then we'll vote on it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm really tired of hearing these mindless and accusations of people from the past screwing up. You know, I never hear that there was a new Algonquin College built here that brought extensive revenue into the city. I haven't heard from my illustrious councillor across the table that there was a massive regional hospital expansion, multi-millions of dollars, that there was a time when we had, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Soriel, $158 million in building permits. I don't hear that. All I hear is, well, these guys didn't do that. They didn't keep pace. That's minor. We accomplished some great things. So to throw stones at people, you know, and to accuse them of being responsible for this, I don't think is really fair. And I truly believe in my heart that Councillor Keel really has, you know, his heart in the right place. But these accusations, I think, are rather menial, and they hurt me because I spent, you know, 12 years as the mayor. I never took a vacation. I never took a holiday because I was dedicated to my community. So to hear that from you, that hurts me. And I just wanted to say that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We're speaking to the motion. Okay, stick to the motion. Okay, yeah, in a second, after Councillor Venny speaks.
I think we need to talk to LV. I don't think we want to approve anything today, to be honest. I think we need to have these conversations. This agreement is far from perfect. It started off better. The first agreement signed was 30% of operations and 30% of capital every year. I sat on the Recreation Liaison Committee every term except one term. And that term was when LV approached the city because they said they couldn't afford the 30% of capital. And the committee at that time decided, their reasoning was, well, we can't forecast. We don't know, we can't budget something we don't know what it's going to cost. And well, neither can the city. That was when I saw the new agreement that was said it was a cap of 59 or whatever it was, I was livid. But unfortunately, we often have to support council in the decisions they made, and we were being sympathetic to LV at that time. Well, it's time to open up the agreement. So we can cry about the spilt milk if we want, or we can move forward and arrange a meeting. And I really do think LV will come to the table, and when someone says what is going to hold them to making a commitment with us, public, the same as the pool. Their residents want these facilities. They don't want to close them. So we just have to appeal to their sense of dedication to the residents. And like, I think they'll come to the table. I mean, they've been getting a pretty good deal. And like, as for the old councils, yeah, I've been on for 25 years, but we have to keep moving forward. It's no different than me if all of a sudden I have to come up with a bunch of money. I don't put money aside every year in a capital fund. I have a savings account, maybe that's what it is, but not everybody can afford to put money in their personal account either in case their car breaks down, as I was saying. But that being said, sins of our fathers, you can't keep going back. Let's move forward.
Councillor Keel, then I'll speak, then we'll vote on the motion.
So to Councillor Lafreniere's point, I don't think she's wrong. It's the people of Laurentian Valley that matter. But there's certain things that I think are getting lost in translation. When we're going to one of our residents here in the city of Pembroke, and we're saying we need X dollars out of your pocket through taxation to fix this recreation facility. When we start talking percentages, you know, a 1% increase in our taxation is $200 and some thousand. I think the Laurentian Valley mayor said a 1% increase for them is $75,000. Well, that makes you sit there and go, oh, well, they can't have a 40% tax increase. But hold on. Their property owner is working at CNL just like our property owner is working at CNL. Their property owner is working at the hospital just like our property owner is working at the hospital. So if you want to break down as percentages of your budget, that's fine. But your residents' contribution to a facility and our residents' contribution to a facility, dollar for dollar, really has nothing to do what a comparison of our budgets are. It's saying we need this much money from this many people. And it's not like Laurentian Valley people are making lower wages than we are. So I don't disagree that on paper, if we go to Laurentian Valley and say, we need $300,000 from you, that to them, that's like, do you know how many percentage? I do know what percentage a tax increase is, but that's not the question. The question is, does your military member with 2 children need to use the recreation facility? And is your military member making the same as one of our military members, getting paid the same and wanting to contribute the same dollars to help build? So that's where I think the translation is kind of getting lost, is they're wanting to talk about their smaller budgets. Yeah. We're talking about dollars needed to build something. Yeah, that's right. And at the end of the day, it's the same for our 2 municipalities. It's the same for someone on Aluman Island in a different province. So that's, I think, where the conversation has to go. But there is a lot of good stuff going on in the city of Pembroke. The issue is we're talking about our rec facilities and things we're responsible for. Councillor Giacono just gave 3 examples. A new college. We didn't build the college. That's not part of our budget. A hospital expansion. We didn't put any money into the hospital expansion. That's not our budget. houses being built across Pembroke. We don't build houses in Pembroke. So he just gave 3 examples that have nothing to do with what we're talking about is the problem. We're talking about how we strategically moving forward are going to be taxing our residents or debentures with interest to our residents. So that's what we need to focus on is what we're doing around this table. There's lots of good stuff going on in the city of Pembroke. There's more good stuff going on in the city of Pembroke than people on Facebook seem to appreciate. But today we're talking budget and we're talking our budget, and it's a tough one. It's hard to knock on the taxpayer's door and say I mean, the easiest thing all of us could do. I mean, we've been joking for the last couple of weeks. Oh, it's an election year budget. Easiest thing for all of us to sit around this table do is say 0% tax increase. Staff figure it out.
Yeah.
That would be easy. Super easy to do. In fact, I think in past election years, it's happened that it's been a super low taxation. Not just us, federal governments, provincial government. I mean, it's a political world, and everybody's done it. I'm not saying the city of Pembroke. I literally mean all politicians in an election year tend to do weird things come budget. But I agree with Councillor Lafreniere. I mean, we're on a clock, unfortunately, with this budget and the 30-day period. But this is a huge project, and we're asking to move forward with it partly on a hope from Laurentian Valley, and that's the hard jump for me. That's I've already said I agree it's critical. I agree we need to have at least 2 rinks up and running, but it's hard for me to take a leap in terms of who's paying for it.
Thank you. I have a question and a comment, and we'll vote. What's the pool, the aquatic/sportsplex reserve? What is that now, 2 million approximately?
So I believe we are looking at using some of that funding for the dehumidification. But overall, at the end of 2025, it's estimated to be 1.8 million, and at the end of 26, 1.4.
Okay. So in response to Councillor Keel's comments, so we started the pool reserve under Marilyn May Council 2018 to 22. So now we have close to $2 million in it. The 2 years ago, Councillor, so I brought a motion forward. I think Councillor Purcell seconded it for this P3 Sportsplex idea, vision down the road, because I spoke to Councillor Frenier, I remember vividly, at the Fire All Open House, and we just had, it was September, we just had, or October, we had the asset management plan presented, and it said these figures don't include COVID, and it's going to cost $15 to $17 million to work on the PACC, the pool. The pool was a write-off, and the Pembroke Memorial Center. So I said we need one facility where everybody can go, like any growing community, and everything's right there. And council said it was a great idea. So now we have a sports spec committee with Councillor Keel, Plummer, and Purcell sit on, and they're doing their diligence and they're going through the motions with LV, which is good, because that's what communities do, and you do your due diligence. I've always said to people on the street, there will be no sportsplex in Pembroke at one location till all the stars line up like they did with transit, okay? So you have to have, Whitby and North Bay got $25 million grant. We need the cooperation of Laurentian Valley and maybe some other neighboring municipalities. We'll have to debenture some money. We'll need some outside funding also. That's why I mentioned the P3. But the P3 is not cast in stone. If there's money available to do it on our own, we do. But that's down the road. And you are right, 10 years, 12. If some billionaire comes in and donates money, it'll be, sooner, but that's not going to happen. So all the stars have to line up, and, that's down the road. But we have to maintain what we have and plan for the future. So that's what the committee's doing. And I hear they're doing a fine job, and they're working with LV, and they're going through the motions, and that's great. And I commend the councillors that sit on that committee. The library, as chair of the library board, we have an agreement with LV, and they're paying their share as per the board's approval. And we negotiated, it's based on, I believe it's based on usage. And Councillor Purcell was on the negotiating committee, and we came to a deal, and it's a fair deal, and it has a COLA increase every year, and I think it's a 4-year deal, so that's fine. Now, I wouldn't use the word leeching, that they're leeching off us. That's a strong word. There's an agreement in place, and I spoke to the director of De Roche yesterday about it. They're going by the agreement that was struck 15 years ago. And so the agreement, you know, council will request it to be opened up and start the motions. But Pembroke is unique, and Laurentian Valley is unique. It's one community. People work here, they play here, they have houses in Pembroke, they have houses in LV. We share facilities. So we need to do the ice pad and ask LV for their cooperation and move forward. Bickering and saying, you know, they might not say yes, they might say no. We have to deal with it as is, right? So let's get the motion passed and then move forward from there. So can you read the motion again?
Okay, so I did want to clarify that. So originally, we had talked about just setting up a liaison committee meeting to discuss these two projects for 2025, one for the pool, one for the arena, to discuss sharing these costs over and above the $59,100 cap. And that's similar to what happened with Kinsman Pool. We went to them with these projects. You know, they supported Kinsman Pool wholeheartedly, and they did provide extra funding for the Kinsman Pool. So are we just talking to them about that, or are we serving them formal notice that we want to open up the agreement?
Councillor Purcell?
We're serving formal notices with the discussion that we had yesterday. I just wanted to comment one other thing. It was just more or less like, you know, Dave said that approach in terms of we need a regional approach to recreation. That's the only thing that's going to be successful. When he talked a little bit about, you know, the LV trail, how, you know, residents of the city of Pembroke utilize the LV trail. We're not going to build another trail, a skating trail. So I think we continue to do that. But these are our neighbors, you're right. And you know what? We had an agreement in place, and they stuck to that agreement. They showed some good initiative and goodwill in terms of helping us out with the pool, for good reason, because their residents also use our pool. And I think that's the approach that we have to take. But I think negotiating in public and having a little bit too much conversation really isn't doing us any value. It's just good. We're trying to build relationships and not tear down those relationships, because we want to move forward together. We want to do things that make sense, not only for the residents of the city of Pembroke, but also the residents of TLV when it comes to recreation. So, thank you.
Mr. DeRoche?
If I could just, excuse me, make a suggestion, is that I do think that we need to open up that conversation about the agreement. But just given the criticalness of the arena, if we could take the approach, the same thing that we did with the Kinsman Pool, perhaps put that as a priority conversation and move forward, and then continue to discuss with the agreement. Thank you.
Okay, so the motion, can you read the motion, please?
Okay, okay, go ahead.
So the motion is to have discussions in regards to TLV, in regards to the capital costs associated with recreation for 2026, and to open up the agreement, the recreation agreement, for discussion purposes.
And seconded by Councillor Frenier. Okay, those in favor?
We have a recorded vote, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we've been asked for a recorded vote. Madam Treasurer, are you going to do the recorded vote, or?
Okay, so Deputy Mayor Brian Abdallah,
Yes.
Councillor Ed Jacquino,
Yes?
Councillor Ian Keel,
Yes?
Councillor Pat Lafreniere,
Yes?
Councillor Troy Purcell.
Yes.
Okay. Motion passes.
Motion carried. Okay, it's 5 to 12. We're supposed to break for lunch. Could you advise us, Madam Treasurer, is there anything in 5 minutes we could cover, or should we break for lunch?
Well, I do have a couple quick slides,
Okay.
and then in the afternoon, we'll just be discussing the detailed projects.
Thank you.
Okay. So a bit of an IT plan update. I usually provide this every year. We do have modernization funding that we use to fund our long-term IT improvements. In the past, we have spent some of this funding for airport fuel tanks, for an org structure review and document management system, as well as our long-term IT plan. So I'm happy to say that we have completed our implementation of a citizen engagement tool, which was linked to our asset management and consultative needs that we have in the regulation. So in 2026, we'll be looking to expand training and have other departments start to engage on this tool. And we are in the process of completing internally a council meeting management system with StoneShare. So we are starting to publish some of our agendas using this new software. So we're still having to do a bit of a hybrid, but we do anticipate by the end of 2025 that we will be on this new system. So again, these are efficiencies that we gain by implementing these projects. In future years, we are looking at getting a multi-year budgeting software, an asset management software. We're looking to complete our records digitization and looking at a records management system. But the records management system is likely to be a 2 to 3 year project just because of the significant amount of records we generate in the municipality and have to keep sometimes permanently. And as well, with the acquisition of a new finance software, we are going to look at the integration of a workflow into it for invoice approvals, because I would say that's the most inefficient finance process we have at the municipality right now. So I am aware, like, there are different options that are out there. So as we look at new financial system software, we will look at this as well as an improvement overall to our processes. And as I mentioned yesterday, we are looking at end of life for our financial software. So our goal for 26 is to hire a project manager, evaluate options, and begin to acquire, procure, and test a new system. So this will essentially be the main activity of the finance department over the next 3 years. Thank you.
Councilor Purcell.
Like to leave for lunch on a positive note, so. The IT modernization in terms of the staff effort and the initiatives underway, I think are fantastic. I know I'm anxious to see more coming out of the council meeting management system, and as well as the future digitization of records management. I think the time, and I'm sure that if you can pull staff in terms of trying to dig up information, historical information, must be just painstaking. So in terms of the modernization pieces, I think it's fantastic. And I think in terms of the financial software, we had some discussions yesterday. In terms of the $100,000, it's not just to recommend the replacement software, it's a little bit more than that, I think. Okay, just wanted to double check that one again. So thank you very much, and I think that's a great way to leave for lunch. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll break for lunch now, and we'll come back at 12:30. Good afternoon. Welcome back to our afternoon session of our City of Pembroke Finance and Administration Committee meeting, day 2. I'll hand it over to Madam Treasurer for the timeline for this afternoon.
Okay. Sorry, my microphone was dead there.
Sorry.
So for this afternoon, we just need to go over the detailed capital project listing for discussion, and then do a wrap up where we're at in terms of the levy and any next steps. So with that, I will pass it over to Jennifer Belair, our financial planning analyst, to go over the different sections of our capital project plan and answer your questions.
Do you have the slides there, Angela?
Okay, go ahead, please. Oh,
There we go.
okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we're just going to look at them project type at a time. We won't go through each line unless there's questions. So these are the building and facility projects that are proposed for 2026 with an estimated $3.7 million budget. And I just want to make note that one that's highlighted in your package says PMC, but it was PEMICE too for floor ceiling. So I'll just open that up for any questions on those projects.
And just for clarification, for City Hall, we had been kind of managing the City Hall projects on the corner of our desks, realized we really don't have time to do that, so we have got some extra help from GP2G to help us manage the renovation, because our timelines have kind of all melded into a couple smaller projects to one bigger project. We do need to, so our plan for 2 years ago was to do the kitchen, the main floor reno, and then work on the basement. Having discussed it a bit more this year, we are officially out of room. We have taken over meeting rooms. Our plan for the main floor was to improve security, because right now anybody can access any area of our main floor. We don't have any kind of barriers, doors, that kind of thing. So we were going to look at a renovation on this, like as you walk in the main floor area. However, we do still need to serve the public. So we have been talking about perhaps starting at the basement first, at least getting some basic space ready there, move some staff down, and then work on the main floor is what we're talking about now. Ideally, over the next couple years, we'd want to fully refinish the basement, which will include an upgrade to the HVAC, because we don't really have proper HVAC in this old building. We've got baseboard heating and then whatnot. So overall, we're thinking the basement at the end of the next couple years will work out to be a $450,000 renovation project, but we should be able to gain quite a bit of extra space, which will carry us for quite a while. So that's the plan for the City Hall reno. So we have carried forward money from previous years and are adding to it this year. So as you can see, we're carrying forward funding. So in total, we're adding about $50,000-$60,000 into the 2026 budget for these two items. But we will actually see some activity. We have already met with JP2G, and we have, I think, a kind of a larger group meeting coming up to discuss sort of what we need and have them work on a plan. And as I said, we'll have to stage it a little bit to make sure we still have a place for people to serve the public in an accessible way while we're doing renovations, and to try to minimize that disruption so that we can still serve. As we do every day, we get, people accessing our services every day at this location. I guess the other items to mention is, as we've already said, the Kinsman Pool needs a dehumidification system. We have a beautiful new roof and facility. However, it's evident that with the amount of moisture that, it's not going to last very long without dehumidification. So that's estimated at $800,000. And again, we are looking to split that between debt and a contribution from TLV, however that takes shape. As mentioned, we are looking to replace, we call it the floor, but it's really the main arena area, which is the boards, glass, curbs, headers, piping, heating, and cooling, which is anticipated to be at least a $2 million project. And as we discussed kind of offline, Mr. Drochet mentioned that this would be a 2-year undertaking because we would have to go through procurement this year. But because we have such a small window to do the work, it would actually be next year, the 27 budget that we would do the work. And did you want to elaborate on that a little bit?
Yeah, thank you. So just to comment on kind of our timeline for the project, essentially, council would be passing the budget in February. By the time accounts and everything are all set up, the project would be started, say, in the middle of the summer. We're looking at maybe needing up to about a half a year. So our plan is essentially, if council approves this project, having discussions with our user, pulling the ice early in March of 2027 to be able to have all our procurement and whatnot in place, and then be able to provide the project and the necessary timelines for it. Thank you.
So again, the siding, based on our building condition assessment, is kind of in line to be replaced. So we were going to lump that together because it is a larger replacement. The transformer, we've been working on it a few years with ESA. So I believe we've bought the equipment for that, and we're just looking at the install in 26. And the garage hoist for the mechanics requires replacement in 2026. I will say, in terms of how do we come up with this list, we do building condition assessments every 5 years for our properties, and then we base our decisions. Initially, we will look at that list, knowing we don't have enough funding. We'll then, pare down that list into what we think are the biggest priorities. And typically for buildings, we always look at envelope first and then go inside. So if there's windows, siding, that kind of things, that's usually our first priority. And then more aesthetics is usually something that's pushed until it's absolutely needed. So that's typically how we choose projects in this case. And as a staff, we do go because we know we're very sensitive about the money. We do our own cutting in terms of, what are our priorities, what can we afford, what do we need to do. So just wanted to provide some clarification on that section. And I'll pass it back to the floor if there's any questions.
I have a question, but does anyone have a question first on the committee? Okay. I've had some people ask me about the humidification, 800,000. Can you elaborate on the need for that, why we need that? And if we didn't have that, what would happen?
Thank you, Chair. So with the new roof that we have at the Kinsman Pool, of course, there was discussions as we were looking at putting a new roof on that we would obviously experience some kind of humidification issues, and we knew that this would be coming down the pipe. Currently, right now, and part of that project when we replaced the roof was we put in new windows and doors. We're already experiencing difficulties with our door closures. They're already starting to rust out. We're getting excessive amount of humidity in the building because it's now airtight. But interestingly enough, something that surprised us quite a bit this year that we never even thought of was the extreme humidity levels in the summer months. They were getting to the point that staff were almost becoming ill. And so this is becoming a health and safety issue. I'm not too sure if council is aware or not, but this past summer, 2 pool closures happened in the city of Toronto because they lacked dehumidification. So they were closed down. And I want to make sure that, we can rectify this because there could be a chance that given the extreme heats in the summer that we're experiencing, we could lose our pool in the summer months just due to excessive heat. So this is something that is really important at this point in time that we need to move forward with, and we need to salvage our pool. Like we just fixed it because it was rusting out because we didn't have this all these years. So thank you.
Timeline on that again?
I don't exactly have a timeline, but I mean, we anticipate that we would complete this in 2026. Thank you.
I have one other question. Can you explain the relocate, the project budget, 840,000 for the transformer? What's the background on that? Like why does it have to be relocated?
Sure. So this project was actually, it began in 2021, I do believe. I think it was put in the capital budget at that point in time. I can't exactly comment on why it wasn't completed. I just know that whenever I came to the position, it was still sitting on the books. And so we started the procurement side of things. Currently, right now, we have the original transformers of the facility. So they're 75 years old. They currently sit in a vault within the PMC. This is extremely old technology or old equipment, I guess you could say, for that matter. Currently, right now, the vault does not meet the Ontario Building Code, nor does it meet the Ontario Electrical Safety Code for safety requirements. So we are looking at, with this aged equipment, that we are looking to be proactive and get it out onto a pad mount. The severity of this, I mean, we did, because we had the $157,000, we were fortunate enough that we were able to purchase a transformer, purchase this in the summertime. We still don't have it. But moving forward, if there was a failure, which they're showing signs of a failure of that room, we could be without a facility for up to 6 months. So it's just keeping that in mind. So we are being proactive. We are trying to get this removed from the vault, put it on an outside mount outside of the building. Thank you.
Also for this year, for 2026?
That is correct, yeah. We're trying to, with this project, we're trying to work outside of our ice times. So right now, our timelines is planned from the springtime throughout the summer months. Primarily, we'll lose power for about 3 days, but we want to make sure that we're not operating. So we have some slab rentals and whatnot in the spring and summer months. So we'll do the actual hookup to the electrical outside of that time frame, but the majority of the work can be done while we're still operating. Thank you.
So we have Councillor Finney speaking, then Councillor Keel, then Councillor Giacono.
So, through the chair, so some of these items are included in what we discussed earlier, right, before lunch, the debenture, the possible debenture. So if we were to take the ones that we're looking at debenturing, and if it was going, it would come out of here and a different number would go in. The annual capital would go in, right, for debenture, it would go in. If we were taking these items out of this and debenturing them, it wouldn't be, I don't know how, I'm not saying what I want to say right. It would be an annual payment towards this debenture this year in the budget. It wouldn't be the full amount. Like, these are just projects you want done. Doesn't have to be expensed this year, correct? Okay, that's what I'm saying. So,
No, so right now we're going over the projects, but the
Yes.
funding comes from a variety of different places.
right, that's what I thought.
So these are the projects we want to do, and each one of them is kind of funded in their own way. Some are
Right.
funded from reserves. These ones in particular are a combination of debt and hopefully
Right.
the Rancho Valley.
Yeah.
And some of it's taxation. So
Right.
the overall, we've set it so that taxation is only 2% of
Right.
an increase to try to
Okay.
manage it, because it could theoretically be much more than that.
Right.
But we wanted to keep it to something reasonable.
So this is just information really on the work that needs to be done. It's nothing really that's always going to affect, that's necessarily going to affect this year's budget. That's right. Okay. Yeah, no, because I see quite a reduction in that bottom line if we can get that partnership going with LV. And I also wanted to ask, is the pool fundraising committee, is that sort of dissolved now, or has there been any communication?
Through the chair, during the summer months, the chair did resign. So there was a little bit of a timeline with them that they kind of just regrouped. I had a meeting in October. They're more than willing to continue into 2026. I will be bringing MOU to council at some point in time. I would have liked to have had it sooner. It's just that with the dissolving of the chair, it created a little bit of a timeline gap. So I will be bringing that forward in the very near future as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Keel.
With the dehumidification installation, would we be expecting a closure for a period of time, or how's the install going to look and affect operations?
Yeah, thank you. Great question. Through the chair, I don't expect too much impact. I mean, if they are working inside the pool for a certain period of time, that will be broken out in the timeline of the project. We'd be able to notify users at that point in time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Giacono.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regards to the dehumidification, when the pool was being renovated, we must have had somebody giving us some advice on what the requirement would be. Would they have not indicated that a dehumidification unit would be required with a new roof? And the other question is, did we have a dehumidifier there before?
So through the chair, great question. So we did not have any dehumidification before, and that's what caused the structural failure essentially. In terms of recommendations on dehumidification, no, because it wasn't part of our procurement process. Thank you.
Keel.
Strange.
We did have a recommendation though, didn't we? Because I recall there being two prices. So we did have some knowledge of the dehumidification at the time of the last one, did we not?
So through the chair, yes, we did. It didn't make it into the actual envelope of the budget or of the structure itself. But we knew it was recommended, yeah.
Councillor Purcell. I see your hand there, yeah.
May as well join the club here. Maybe just, Director DeRoche, if you could just expand in terms of what the goal is in terms of the aquatic center study, just so public has a better appreciation in terms of what we're trying to get out of that.
So through the chair, I do believe this money has been allotted for the expenses that we're incurring for the Sportsplex with TLV as well as the City of Pembroke. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Treasurer, or whose turn is it now?
So if we're, so we'll move from buildings and facilities and we'll go to roads and bridges. I will say, right now up on the screen, we just have a snapshot of the projects and how much they're going to cost. But in terms of the sources of funding, it would be a little too small to put it up on a PowerPoint. But in the back of your package, we do have the same list. And then on the, oh, I don't know, left-hand side, right-hand side, we do have the sources of funding. So whether or not it's funded through water fund, sewer fund, reserves, grants, cost sharing, debt, or taxation. And cost sharing is Laurentian Valley for the most part, I believe. And I will pass it over to Jennifer.
So the next section shows all the infrastructure projects that impact water, sewer, and roads. And then it has split out the ones that are strictly road, sidewalk, and then there's a few traffic ones at the end. I guess if there's any specific ones that we want to discuss, Marielle can provide a little bit more information. Yeah, so there's 3 or 4 slides there, but it's in your list. And it does, there's certain segments that the road is the same, and then in brackets it shows you what intersections that we're referring to in that project.
So just to add to that, certainly the large project in this area is the Isabella Street catchment area, Phase 3. So we are looking to spend about $4.4 million on that particular project. Quarry Road, so this was something that was approved last year. I think we're still working through the design, and once the design is complete, we will be coming forward with the loan application package for that, but I wanted to wait until we had a better idea of cost after the design before we made that application to save us a bit of paperwork. As usual, we have a set of resurfacing that we do across the city as well as sidewalks, both replacing and removing, according to our policy of only one sidewalk on a street now. As mentioned yesterday, we have put in a grant for sidewalks around Our Lady of Lourdes School. And I think, I'm just trying to look at grants here. I think that's the big projects, but I'll pass it over to Marielle McLaughlin to see if she has any other further comments.
Through you, Mr. I have no further comments at the time, but if anybody has any questions on any of the projects, I'll do my best to explain.
Councillor Keel.
So I guess this is going to be in and around the resurfacing various numbers. So I know I recently had a conversation with Paul Champagne about how things are chosen and whatnot. For example, my block, William Street, is on here, and I said, well, I don't actually think it's that bad. But he was pointing out that it's one block off of Nelson, and I guess they've identified more than just the road surface. I think he might have mentioned culverting, or like there's other reasons why that would be on there. But there are some really, really bad roads. Like when I think of Fraser Lane between the strip mall on Pembroke Street and Nelson Street, that is a horrendous street. So I'm just wondering if you could possibly give some explanation as to why it's not maybe as simple as just looking at the street. Sometimes there's other reasons why we're doing one. Sometimes there's other reasons why we're not doing it yet. For example, I was once told that sometimes there's issues underneath. We're not going to resurface the road if we know we're going to have to dig it up in 3 years. But I'm wondering if you could just talk about that, because that's, from a day-to-day basis, that's probably one of the most frequently asked questions that I get each summer as a counselor. I know some of my colleagues get the same kind of things, but maybe if you could just explain that it's not as simple as just looking at the road surface. There's a lot that goes into why we choose what we choose.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I will try my best. So yes, you are correct. Some streets, we know that we have to do the water underneath, and we are not going to resurface the road in 2026 to know that in 2028 we have to rip back up again to do the water main. We also look at roads in terms of the amount of traffic on them. So although a road may have a PCI that's quite low, it may not see as many vehicles as another road with a PCI that may be a little bit higher, but it sees exponential greater amount of vehicles. We also look at the maintenance needs. There are maybe roads that take a lot of maintenance for pothole filling, whereas Arnold's Lane may not have a lot of pothole filling on it, may not be in bad shape, but another street with a PCI a little bit higher, we're constantly there filling potholes, and it's taking O&M money away. So we look at all those different things whenever we're trying to factor in what roads get done in a particular order. It's not just, oh, this is the worst road, so it must be first.
Councillor Frenier?
Through you, the Coronation Park, I believe that was going to be part possibly of a legacy project, right, for this celebration coming up? And I see the numbers are in this budget. So I wasn't sure how that's going to play in with the money that we budgeted is more for the committee for events and whatnot that I guess they're going to do. It has nothing to do with this project. This is for the legacy project, but it's budgeted still the normal way we do it, I guess. Is that my read on that?
Through the chair, if I could just ask a question, which project are you referring to? The 30,000?
650. That's
Oh,
the river wall.
650.
Yeah, the big ones. So the river wall and the stairs.
So I'll start with the Riverwall first off. So that was a project that I don't want to say it's part of the legacy project. This has been something that's been on the books for a while. I know that last year we were looking at doing some kind of engineering. So the engineering that we did, we don't have an actual project engineered at this point in time, but there were some recommendations on different things that we could do to replace the wall, and that's where that number is coming from.
Okay. So I guess my recommendation would be maybe that might not get done this year anyway, is to maybe move half of that amount, 325, move it forward to next year, and then maybe budget the rest next year. So I would say maybe break that up into 2 more years rather than 650 this year. And then the stairs have to be done. The stairs, to me, is an essential thing that has to be fixed down there. But I'm wondering if that Coronation Park, because 650 is supposed to come out of this budget. Am I right? I'm looking here. The reconstruction, yet you've put 587 from taxation. And you've carried forward 62,000, am I correct? I'm looking at the main spreadsheet now.
Okay.
So we have 62 bringing it forward, and we were going to be looking at 587 out of taxation this year for that project. And I'm wondering if we were to break that in half, we would only have to, we would save 290,000 in this year's budget. It may not get done this summer anyway. So can we do that? We'll just put that and bring it forward next year at budget so that we'll only have to budget half that much next year.
So I think the issue with the river wall is that we have to do in-water work to be able to replace it. So it's going to be a hard one to carve up because, like, we're going to have to, like, it's similar to when we took out the dam, is that we're going to have to create, like, there's only a certain time of year we can do it. We've got to, like, de-water, do the work, and then put the water back in. So it's going to be a complicated project to manage. I believe we already potentially have this as a two-phaser. Because the initial estimate that's come in was it could be up to 1.4 million. However, our CAO has looked at it and has said, you know, perhaps we could only do up to a certain point. And there's different construction methods we can use to try to take the cost down. So it is something that has a potential to cost a lot more. And we have already kind of scaled it down a bit so that it's not the 1.4 million in the budget. I guess my concern is that if we're going to cut, so I would say if we didn't want to do it, we should defer it for a year because we've deferred it. I don't think it's going to fall down in a year, but I do think that, oh, I'm remembering something now. This is something we need to do before we do the legacy project. So it's all about timing. So if we do this, then we have the base done. So then we can do the park work. Because I'm getting the evil eye from Mr. Drochet over there. So I'll pass it over to have both Ms. McLaughlin and to
Thank you.
Roche explain it a bit more.
I didn't think I was giving that much of an evil eye, but yeah. So although it's not part of the actual legacy project, you know, I guess you're not going to put a roof on a house
No.
without a floor type of thing, right? So we are looking at you know, moving forward with this project this year.
This year. Okay.
We do have different options, as Madam Treasurer had mentioned. You know, we've got really expensive ones, not so expensive ones. So as we move along in this project, the only glitch is that, you know, depending on when the project is happening, as we're removing that wall, is there anything that we're not aware of that's behind those walls or that could happen? So.
Okay, so you're saying it has to go forward to this year. Okay, that's all I really wanted to know. Thank you.
Mr. Keel?
The only thing I would also caution, which turns out to be a moot point now, is removing stuff out of the capital budget to save money, because then we're actually reducing our capital expenditures and we're starting to walk backwards from already having the gap. So while I don't have any problem with anybody scrutinizing these capital projects, I would prefer that if there was something we really didn't think needed to be done, that we might then ask Marielle or the treasurer to move that money to a different capital project, because we know we're already behind. So to try and save tax levy in the capital budget makes me very nervous. That would be my only, but I mean, obviously that has become moot, but that's my only thought. I don't know if Madam Treasurer has any thoughts on that, but.
So through the chair. So yes, I would definitely caution, like I definitely agree, you know, if we're not comfortable with some of the projects, you know, to move money around between projects, because if we can't come up with an immediate project for an extra 30,000, we definitely need that on our fleet reserves. So we definitely have a home for the money if council isn't comfortable with some of the projects on the list. But I would be very hesitant. Like for me, the 2% is the minimum we should be having in the budget this year to support capital for the city.
Oh, now I see your hand. Councillor Purcell.
Just a point of clarity, okay, I just want to make sure I understood this correctly in terms of the river wall reconstruction. You said it's maybe part of a bigger project of 1.4, but the project cost here says 650 in total. That's right. So I'm just confused. I just want to make sure I read that correctly. I just don't know, is there more dollars expected for the reconstruction of the wall? Is it multiple phases, or? I don't get that from here. Sorry.
Okay, so sorry. So we did get a preliminary estimate because we did have an engineer look at the wall. So he gave us a range of costs and some choices about construction materials. So the range of cost went up to 1.4 million. But when we looked at it and looked at like how far down we would really have to go and that kind of thing, the CEO felt comfortable with the $650,000 budget. So that's what's in here. But at the time, it could have been like, depending on the options, up to that. we're not looking at the most expensive option. So we're not looking at the Cadillac, but something a little lower than that. And I don't know if I missed something on that one.
No, I think you've captured everything.
Mr. Giacono?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for clarification, the Coronation Park stairs, those aren't the steps going to the water. They're the stairs going down from the main street?
Yeah, through the chair, so that is correct. So it's the stairs just right over here off the bridge that's going into the park.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Just a note, that's been in this budget so many times over the last 20 years. And I remember at one point, it was $90,000 and we cut it from the budget. So there's the price difference. It's $250 now, so.
Yeah. So I have two questions for Ms. McLaughlin. Alfred Street, punching Alfred Street through to Alfred Street East at Willoughby. So 185,000. Does that cover the whole project, or is that just for preparatory work?
So through you, it is just for design works. It's to hire a consultant to start the
Right.
design and the investigations and to do any due diligence testing to look at the possibility of punching that road through from Alfred Street all the way from Rosewood.
Okay. And the next question, based upon your professional experience, I don't want to put you on the spot here, but infrastructure, Isabel Street catchment area, phase 3, $4.4 million. That's a ton of money. What would that have cost? What percentage increase do you think, like pre-COVID? So with COVID, what percentage do you think that went up? 30%?
I would wager a guess that yes, 20 to 30% is probably pretty accurate.
Okay.
Yep.
As we've seen in our COP, the chart you showed us, 47%, the index for Canada, so everything's gone up drastically. Any more questions on this part? Okay, thank you. Moving right along.
So we did talk about most of the parks as well. So we do have dock improvements as well as the annual lighting and sport court money we typically have. I guess the only other item on this list is the boardwalk and spit design, and I don't know if Mr. Drochet would like to talk about that one a little bit.
All right, thank you. So as we know from last year, the spit at the boardwalk was destroyed. We did successfully remove it. The pavilion as well we did remove, and we put it at the beginning of the spit. So right now, if you were to go down there, I know it's covered in snow right now, but the spit has been basically returned to its natural state, which is rocks. We were able to, with the help of the operations department, we were able to fix the walkway as well. So that was a project that did just recently take place. So we were able to repatch certain areas and put in the appropriate stone so that hopefully in the springtime, waves and crashing waves and whatnot are not going to wash that away. So the question is that, with council looking at perhaps what that cost would be down the road, we did put in some money here for some engineering and what that would look like. Thank you.
Questions on that part? No.
So for equipment and fleet, we're looking at a total of 1 million. So we've added the parking meters here, so the new ones, the 62 of them. The C&D department is looking at a trailer and components of their camera. The fire department is looking at radio equipment, as well as replacing their current rescue vehicle. So we're showing a carry forward of 50,000 for that, and increasing that budget to kind of upgrade that vehicle into something that's more versatile for the department. We've added the handy bus on here. And then for the rec department, we have a truck, a Ranger, which is a UTV, and a new tractor. For the roads department, there's the car replacement. As well as a truck and a sidewalk tractor. And then there's an annual contribution to the video surveillance network. So if there's any questions on those.
So now Councillor Purcell and then Lafreniere.
In terms of the handy bus, the replacement, I'm just wondering in terms of now that we have Ottawa River Transit up and running, is there any capacity in terms of, instead of buying another bus, is there an opportunity to work with the handy bus to share types of services instead of purchasing another piece of equipment? Don't know. I mean, we're in the business of moving people around. We already have 3 vehicles. If there's a definite need in terms of ridership, I could see that. But again, is there any opportunity we can look at some sort of agreement and utilize one of our buses?
Okay, so through the chair. So this is a replacing a vehicle that got taken off the road this year unexpectedly. So it is on order. We don't have the capacity with the vehicles we have now with ORTC to kind of be able to share at least our equipment with them. From what I understand, they're busy. Like their ridership is definitely up, and I have heard some comments that there's some days they can't take any more rides because they're so busy now, which is wonderful. So I know they're definitely needing this, and it is going to be paid for with their gas tax reserve funding. But certainly, I guess the larger question is, which I think we'd perhaps talk about later this year or next year, is if the transit's going to be a permanent service, is there a way to work together better together? So certainly, we have talked to the handy bus twice this year already, and we do plan on having another meeting with them in the spring to kind of talk about ways that we can collaborate and kind of continue that dialogue.
That's great news. So Councillor Lafreniere, then Councillor Keel.
Yeah, my question was about handy bus as well. And then I'm looking at the vehicles that are being requested. And so these would be purchased this calendar year then, out of this budget? Yeah. So this gets back to what I was talking about earlier about the asset management. And I know we have a time and we have a schedule, but is there any way of stretching out that schedule at all based on, I know it's made way before we buy the vehicles. It's predetermined many, many, many years ahead. And I know Councillor Keel might say, don't delay it, buy it today. But if we're getting less miles on these vehicles than projected 10 years ago when we were planning on buying it, is there a way of putting it off a year or whatever? Anyway, that's my question.
So certainly when they were coming up with this list, that's something that staff looks at already. So we don't just say after 12 years it's going. We do look at how it's performing. In some cases, I think there was a sidewalk unit that was, technically we could have had it, it should have lasted longer than it did, but we were having so many mechanical issues with it, we had to replace it. On the flip side, if we have pickup trucks that are in really good condition, we might flip them. So somebody might get it as, that doesn't use it as much, and we'll, instead of replacing, we'll kind of transfer trucks around between each other, and I'll pass it over to Ms.
Good.
McLaughlin for a minute.
No, and I trust that you do that. It's just that, I'll tell you a funny story. Years ago, they used to call it budget burning up on base Petawawa, like if they didn't spend their budget, they ran out and spent it. I know you don't do that, but in other words, if you don't need it, you need to buy it today. So, but I'm glad, and I'm sure, I trust that, yeah, that's fine. You don't have to answer.
Okay.
Councillor Keel.
I'm going to put the same question to Mary to make her answer. No. So my comment is just on, I'm personally quite keen that we look at the Ottawa River Transit and the handy bus relationship. I think we knew going into this that there is likely going to be some inherent inefficiencies. I don't think that was avoidable because, of course, the handy bus is providing and has been for many years providing a very specific select service. And we, of course, were then coming out with a general, which in some ways is, I suppose that's actually probably backwards to how many municipalities operated. Many probably had the general service and then created assisted, like OC Transpo eventually created Para Transpo. We did the reverse. So I do have continued concerns that there are inefficiencies by operating the two systems. In the future, one would think, just like Ottawa with Ottawa Transpo and Para Transpo, that we might be operating them under one system to get those efficiencies. But I also want to say we're still only like 5 months into this trial period. So I have full faith that Madam Treasurer is aware of that efficiency question, because we have talked about it before, and I'm sure she's watching it. But for anybody watching, I mean, this is still a trial period. The way I look at this trial period is that we are supposed to be watching it. We were supposed to be stumbling upon things we might not have expected. That's how trials work. So for anybody at home that's looking at this that might have been thinking the same thing, well, why are we buying Handy Bus a new bus? I think right now that's the only way to address the issue. And as Madam Treasurer said, I think the mayor did say it was unexpectedly taken off the road. So we are certainly not at a place 5 months in to completely revamp the whole system. We're still in the trial period. So I certainly support that on this occasion, with the knowledge that staff are monitoring it, and perhaps, you know, a couple of years or a few years down the road, we might be thinking different than we would about it today.
Yeah, the Handy Bus is a vital service, 38 years, run by a nonprofit group with gas tax and funding from the city and Laurentian Valley. So very valuable service. We want to make sure that they are our partners. We're their partners in transit now, all work together, because, you know, their service is door to door, and it's very valuable, as everyone agrees with. Any further questions for the capital equipment and fleet? Seeing none. Next area.
Okay, so the next one is storm sewer. So the proposed projects are $420,000. So one is a relining project from Blakely to Pembroke Street West, and the other two are annual contributions, one just to storm sewer rehabilitation and the other to outfall improvements.
Any questions on storm sewer?
Okay.
Councillor Giacono.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Blakely to Pembroke Street West, large diameter. What does that mean? Does that mean the break we had on the main drag? Is that the same type of scenario we're looking at?
Through you, Mr. Chair. It just means it's a very large culvert, that it runs, takes drainage from the city of Pembroke as well as Township of Laurentian Valley. It currently runs underneath the car wash in the west end. So it's to realign that storm drainage system so it's no longer running underneath the building.
But it is a culvert status, made of metal
Yes, it's a culvert, CSP.
and perforated?
Corrugated, no.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Keel.
Ms. Sorio, does this have, this specific one, is this to do with the future development we're expecting as well, or is this just a replacement? Maybe I should have asked Marielle, but the two of you happen to be sitting at the same table.
Yeah, so it is part of the development for Bear Invest or Burcom development. It's necessary for that particular development.
Okay, does LV have any aspect in that one? Because that subdivision is,
Through you,
yeah.
to Mr. Chairman, to answer Councillor Keel's, yes, we've had meetings with the Township of Laurentian Valley, and yes, they are on board. So when their subdivision, which is Bear Invest Burcom on the other side, on their side, comes to fruition, they will enter into a cost-sharing agreement for some of the payment of that particular storm sewer.
Okay, thank you.
The Deputy Mayor will be back in just a moment. Are there any other questions of committee this time, or Madam Treasurer, do you have anything to relay?
So for this sanitary, the total is 1.5 million. So that's a combination of the sewer network as well as the pollution control center. So there's a Highway 148 sanitary works. There's a design for Lair Blank Street to McGee Street. There's manhole relining, which is an annual contribution. There's an upgrade to Moffett Street lift station as well as Riverside Drive. There's an annual contribution to the rehabilitation of the sanitary sewer. There's also a rebuild for a town line grinder. And then at the plant, there is a repair to chemical building water main, as well as the UV disinfection system.
Questions of council, comments? Seeing none? Anything else?
So for water, it's a total of 8 million. So that's made up of water. There's First Avenue replacement. There's a design for McKay to River Road. Pembroke Street West Water Meter Bypass, which is new. Rowan Street to Herbert Street Water Main, which is new. There's a valve to the plant, which is a replacement. And I believe that's already gone to council. There's a water meter register replacement program, which is an annual contribution. The water main valve replacements is also annual. And then at the plant, there's pipes and fittings, as well as at the reservoir, there's 2 sets of stairs that need to be replaced. At the plant, there's sedimentation tank gaskets to replace. And then there's repairs at the water tower. And then the large project on there has to do with the grant. So that's the water tower design and the quarry reservoir expansion. And then there's a standby generator upgrade there as well.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor's returned.
Okay. Madam Treasurer, continue, please.
Okay, so I would just add, in terms of the water tower and quarry reservoir, we have applied for a grant to that, but there is a debt component to that project. If we are successful in getting the grant, and obviously if we don't, then it would probably be a higher level of grant. But that's certainly a major project that would, I believe, take a number of years to complete, and perhaps, do you have extra information on that? No? Okay. So.
Any questions on that part? No? Next item.
Okay, so that brings us to the end of the capital discussion. So we've gone through all the projects. I'm just gonna stop. Did I stop sharing my screen? Yeah, okay. So right now, in terms of where we're at with the budget, including the changes that we made yesterday, the overall levy increase, including the county and shared services, is 7.93%. That's broken down between, if we're to compare to lower tiers, a lot of lower tiers in our area are between 5 and 7%. We're at 5.57. When we add the shared services in the county, that's an extra 2.36%. So that brings us to the 7.93% levy increase that we have right now. If we were to approve it as is, it would be impact to taxes on the average resident, an annual increase of $269.50 roughly, or a monthly increase of $22.46. So I guess, I know there was talk about city operating costs and whatnot, so just circling back to overall not that we're ever going to be happy with a 7.93%, but is there any kind of final comment on where we're at right now and where we want to be?
I recommend we take our 15-minute break now so councillors can ponder if they have any requests after the break. So we'll reconvene in 15 minutes. Welcome back, everyone, to our Day 2 Finance Administration Committee meeting of the 2026 City of Pembroke budget. I'll hand it back over to our treasurer.
So after the changes made today over the past, both yesterday and today, as part of budget deliberations, the city currently sits at a draft levy increase of 7.92%. This is broken down between city operations at 2.82%, a capital levy increase of 2%, as well as actually that says unconfirmed, it should say confirmed OPV amount of 0.74% levy increase. So if we were to compare the city's levy increase to other municipalities in the area, we're currently sitting at a 5.56% levy increase. When we add our county and shared services to this total, which is an unconfirmed 2.36%, overall, we get to our 7.92% levy increase. As usual, I can make some minor amendments on my side to bring this down to a 7.8 to a 7.89% levy increase, which is typically requested by council. So a sample motion, if committee is prepared to accept this budget, is that committee accept the 2026 city budget as revised, representing a 7.89% levy increase. And I will pass it back to the floor.
Thank you. So Councillor Purcell, your hand up first. Are you making a motion? Seconded by Councillor Keel.
Definitely, I will make the motion that committee accept the 2026 city budget as revised, representing a 7.89% levy increase for 2026.
Seconder. Okay, any discussion? Councillor Purcell?
Just a comment.
Yep.
Again, I think it just goes to show how consistent our department heads are. They put together a budget where there was very little opportunity to kind of hack and look at, opportunities for, savings. It just goes to show you the due diligence that our directors had put in place, and also the Treasury Department for, getting us to that position. So I do really appreciate that. And I think we've done truly our best in terms of looking at the interest of our city, our residents, and looking forward in terms of our asset management and our capital. So I think overall, I just wanted to commend, I wanted to say thank you to everyone for their hard work. I know it's been a long couple of days, and for some it's been weeks of preparation, I'm sure, but thank you.
Councillor Frenier.
I just want to say that, in the words of former Terry O'Neill, we provide you with lots of services, and if you want the services, you have to pay for them. And this budget was very tight. There was no fat. The only way we can reduce is by cutting services, closing recreation facilities. But the people in Pembroke they expect a certain level of service. We have a pool, we have rec facilities, we have things to do, we have beautification, we have water, sewer, fire protection, police protection. Until such time that it's really impossible, like, I don't want to see anything, any of those things to closing down. So we will continue, and whether I'm at this table next budget or not, we will continue to work with our partners that share costs. We know that they're in the same boat. They want to provide these services to their residents. They know it comes at a cost. So again, thank you to staff. And I hope that the citizens of Pembroke understand that we have been working hard to try to keep these costs at a minimum. Thank you.
So before we vote, I just wanted to say, as Chair of the Finance Committee, I want to commend councillors for their diligence and their research and their compassion and the civil discussion the last 2 days. It's not easy sitting here. Before I was elected in 2018, I followed council from afar, and not until you sit in the chair and go over the budget, you realize the difficulty and the challenges there is in formulating the budget. And I spoke with the fire chief and director of Parks and Rec during the break, and we talked about safety and liability. are, we always hear about safety and liability are the number one factors, major factors in the community. Everyone wants good roads, good water and sewer. They want recreation for their children and families. We have to upkeep our facilities. There just is not enough funding to go around. And as I said before, AMO, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, has wanted to sit down with the province to renegotiate the funding model of the services that were downloaded in previous governments. So that is something they're still trying to do. We are very appreciative of the grants we get from the province, but there's some structuring and funding that can be done, in my opinion, to lessen the burden on the taxpayer. I want to commend Treasury staff under the leadership of Ms. Lochte. And I want to commend all the managers and directors and staff for formulating the budget and the work that you do. We don't have control over the OPP increase. We know there's social issues that are driving that increase. We don't have control over the County of Renfrew increase also. So those are my closing remarks. Yes?
May I speak?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I want to congratulate you for your endeavors in traveling to AMO and the various conferences and keeping in contact with the upper tier, provincial people. Once they get to know your face, I don't know if that's a good thing, but they know your face, they know your name, and when it comes
Well,
to
my hair
grant,
is good. My hair is
and when
good.
time comes to grant time, people remember that it's a personal contact. I know His Worship as well has traveled to the Small Mayors Caucus, and trying to work together. And hopefully the message will be sent to the province of what we've struggled through today. Councillor Keel, who works full-time, I said to him the other day, how do you do it? How do you come here? You have a full-time job, you also, Deputy Mayor, His Worship, you have full-time occupations. To me, that's a true sense of, dedication to your community. People that are retired, I had a job at one time too, but I'm retired. Councillor Purcell's retired. Councillor Fernier is very busy in other things too. And I just hope that the public understands, we're bare to the bone. We're trying our best. And if you don't want something, then you got to cut something. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you.
Staff.
So we'll call the question. Those in favor? Unanimous. Madam Treasurer, can you notify us at our next meeting, please, and the procedure?
So as discussed earlier today, our next meeting is, good question. January 13th. So this will be a combined public meeting and special council meeting to finalize the tax ratios and to discuss and get public feedback on the budget.
January,
Tuesday. I have January 13th. January 15th was the
oh yes,
day 3, which we've now moved to the 13th. So it'll be
at 6 o'clock.
the second Tuesday in January at 6 p.m. So we'll present the final budget package.
Okay, so once again, thank you, everyone. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Purcell, second, Councillor Jagan, all those in favor? We are adjourned.